Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome. Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
What's going on, everybody? Good afternoon. Let me clear my throat. Hey, greetings, Mr. and Mrs. America. Put your greasy little face up next to whatever speaker you listen to us on. And let's have some fun, shall we? I'm all about the fun. I'm Captain Fun. Perhaps you haven't heard. I'm referred to by that moniker far and wide. Didn't give it to myself, but I had to lean into it because so many people started calling me that. I said, well, why fight it? My name's Alan. So my mama calls me. My mom doesn't call me Captain Fun.
She might.
And if I told, trust me, if I told her that other people called me Captain Fun, she'd say, really? Say hello to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
And Poundcake's back behind the glass.
Afternoon, white people.
Mary Santora is out. She's entertaining people in Detroit Rock City this weekend. You know, we had a conversation yesterday during the show about when a host dies, but they keep the name of the show because it's been branded for so long. And if I died, whoever remained from this show, obviously they wouldn't still call it the Alan Cox Show, but perhaps they could call it the Captain Fun Show.
There you go.
And right, because that's
Captain Fun in the afternoon.
It's kind of nondescript, and it could be attached to whomever they wanted. If you'd like to join us live today, we'd love to have you. I get messages from a lot of people. I'll get email. People are busy. I love talking to people live, but I fully understand that it just might not be conducive to how you consume the show, and so that's completely fine, but I do like to give the information out. People are almost apologetic when they hit me up and say, well, I can't call live. That's completely fine, right? That's why we give you so many avenues to contact us.
RJ, who called the After Hours line yesterday, wrote a big, long email to us, and he's like, here's why I can't listen live. I know you're on the app, but I don't want to miss anything. It's like, we understand. We just wanted to also
fully
point out
understand.
There is the live option as well. We want to give everybody all the options because there's always new people coming in and they might not know all the things that are going on.
RJ's a relatively new customer to the show. He works for Subway there in Philadelphia. And so, of course, our own Bill Squire, a Subway alumnus, as he was a sandwich artist. I guess you could call that a business consultant of kinds, right?
Yeah.
Because you have to consult the customer as to what they want on their sandwich. If you're a sandwich artist over at Subway, and again, I don't know if they still refer to themselves as that, but for a long time
they do.
So you were really...
I feel like I was the last of the sandwich artists.
You were the last wave of the sandwich artists? He was an artist in residence
I feel like that went
Subway.
out while I was there. I think they changed it, and it was sandwich artist... And then it wasn't.
Was it something that quietly went away, or was there a memo that was put up in the break room and said, as of next week, guys, FYI, you will no longer be referred to as sandwich artists?
I got there during a very tumultuous time where they had changed the cut. If you remember, in the 90s, the cut was that V.
It was a V-top.
They do the V-top, and then they put that on. And then they went to just the slice down the middle. And that was, we were talking about people not liking change yesterday. You would have thought that I killed their child.
It's why they kept the option of the V-cut for so long.
Yes. And so then I had to, I had a half sandwich that, or like a half piece of bread, like a 6-inch that was pre-cut, and I started making them. One, and they're like, "Wait, why is it cut like that?" And I'm like, "Oh, because this is how we cut them now." And they're like, "I want the V."
I'll tell you what,
And
I never
they,
minded
like,
the change.
ooh.
I never minded the change because I remember in college and back in the day, it was all V-cut. And I felt like those were so much bread because they had to get everything into the crater. And then you just had that weird strip of bread on top that they carved out, whereas when they went to slicing it down the side, you could squeeze in as much as you wanted in there.
Yeah, the V never made sense because then it wouldn't sit flat. You'd have this point of bread that would sit on top of all the topping or the ingredients.
Yeah.
And then it'd just like float there and you'd have to like squish it down. And then if they didn't cut it right, you didn't have enough place to hold your fingers on the top of the sandwich. The V was always a bad idea.
You'd have a lopsided crater.
Yes.
But that was how they initially set themselves apart, I guess. But as a sandwich artist, an artist is nothing without his palate. And your palate, of course, is all the ingredients there. And so as an artist, somebody were to come in.
I'll tell you the best thing we ever did.
Yeah.
Was we took some of that bread. It was, frozen dough. You let it thaw out overnight and then you cook it in the morning. Well, we had some extra one day and we're like, let's make a pizza because we had marinara sauce for, different subs and meatballs and stuff like that. We made a pizza out of the Subway bread and it was incredible.
Wow.
Maybe I was just so sick of Subway that I just wanted anything else. But in that oven that they use for the bread, we made a pizza out of the ingredients that we had and it was fantastic.
Did it bring out the yoga mat?
It really did.
Did it really?
You felt like you were
that came to
stretching.
the forefront? Yeah. You felt like you were sitting there in a Bikram class. Wow. All right. But then one day, because as I recall, and I might be misremembering, to quote a former president, but I seem to recall that the name tags used to say sandwich artist.
It wasn't even on, it was on the shirt. It was embroidered
on the shirt. I'm
Yes.
right.
Subway.
So you had a shirt that said Bill, sandwich artist.
I don't think we even had a name tag. It just said sandwich artist.
Oh.
Yes.
Would you have chosen, like artists will choose a name?
Yeah.
A pen name, a flowery name. Had you been given the option to go by Bill or go by...
I probably would have gone by Willie Scott.
You wouldn't have some big European-sounding name that give yourself as an artist?
No, I want to keep those worlds separate, and I just wanted, I feel like that's a catchy name. Should have probably done that for my comedy career. I probably should have gone by at least William or Willie
Scott
instead of Bill Squire because it is very annoying to try and search for anything and then have Billy Squire show up.
Right. Well, I know if I were named William, I would go by Will rather than Bill. Yeah. But again, your parents kind of determined.
Right, and that's the thing is that's just what I was called. I was called Billy and Bill, so that's what I went with.
Yeah.
And I didn't really take control of it. Although in kindergarten I did go by William. Because I was
Little William Squire?
Little William Squire. So there's a small group of people that would for years call me William. And that was always strange, like running into them, like because I didn't go to the same school. I went kindergarten and first grade in Strongsville. Then we moved to Medina. But every once in a while, you'd run into somebody from the old neighborhood, and they'd be like, "William, how are you?" And I'm like,
"Hey, I know
Bill,
this guy from the old neighborhood. Hey, we used to play stickball out in the alley there. This is Willie Squire is what we called him."
Just as a kindergartner, I thought William sounded more grown up. I'm like, I'm in school now. I should
right.
buy William.
It looks good on my business cards.
Yes. Meanwhile, I also peed my pants like 3 times that year. So,
but it was an executive pants peeing. Yes. That was William.
I had suspenders on.
That was William peeing his pants, not Billy.
Yeah.
That's right.
If you have followed any of the Subway drama out there about their tuna fish getting tested by the New York Times, Subway has counteracted that by starting a website called subwaytunafacts.com.
See, I heard after that whole story blew up where they said essentially that the tuna has 0 tuna in it, I read some other things that said that actually was not true.
Right, it's not true because the way the test that they were doing, they said it had no tuna DNA. But the DNA gets cooked out when you cook the tuna.
Wait a second.
That's what they said.
The DNA gets cooked out?
Yeah.
So it's no longer genetically recognizable as a tuna fish is what they're saying?
For the test that they were doing.
Yeah.
For what they were looking for, it changes the composition of the protein.
I see.
So it's not testable to.
That's what
to
they went with.
Try and figure out. But they're just saying, yeah, it's wild caught skipjack.
Because a lot of tuna is cooked in restaurants, and it's still genetically identifiable as tuna. It doesn't cook out the DNA.
But are you doing the actual test, though?
I don't know. I don't like to test fish.
Right.
Except it's with my mouth. My wife made grilled salmon the other night. It was so goddamn good. I hadn't had salmon in a while.
Man, if you can cook salmon well, then you're doing great.
Oh, my wife
anytime I try and cook salmon, it's a disaster.
I love grilling.
I'm so bad at cooking.
I like grilling a lot, and so it embarrasses me to admit that my wife is exponentially better at it than I am. And so, yeah, the salmon was fantastic. Alan, I didn't spend 4 years in sandwich art school just to be called a mere sandwich maker. Right, yeah. If you went to RISD or one of those other sandwich art schools, you want to get you got your bona fides. Your bona fides. I think that is how it's properly pronounced. Your bona fides as a sandwich artist. Let's not forget Bill Squire. I mean, that was, thank you, Stephen Canton, with the reminder there. Right, Bill Squire, I thought would be a cool looking name, a cool sounding name. Bill Squire. Yeah. They go, oh, were you named after the city in Russia? And you'd go, oh, is there a city in Russia named Bilsk? And they'd go, no.
And that's that.
That
and
is
just walk away. Well, see you later.
That's
Pickles,
right.
huh?
Okay. Hey, good to talk to you. Appreciate it.
I am very close to being the name of the Cleveland Indians. They filed a lawsuit dispute again to maintain that copyright or something. So
what copyright?
Well, the Indians filed a copyright claim for the name the Cleveland Squires.
Oh, they did?
And then someone challenged it or something, but they're fighting it. So that's one of the names they could possibly use, which...
Oh, they're going to get stuck with some dumb name.
Like the Squires.
Just because it isn't copywritten by someone else, because no one else wanted it either. It's going to end up being another Cleveland decision through no fault of their own, really.
The Clevelanders.
Let's be the Cleveland Squires, and then I'm going to do something so dumb that they have to change the name again in 5 years.
We are in no way affiliated with William Squire on the Cleveland rock station.
Yeah, the Bill Squires. I got a break. Next chance for you to grab some money is coming up at 2:30. It's a next opportunity for you to go fund yourself. We'll do it 4 times during the show today. So listen for those keywords. You can join us live, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. You can text if you like. That number is 35192, and we'll be back.
Stay Alan.
216-578-1007 to join us live, or 800-348-1007. 35192. Want to send me a text? Next chance for you to text another number and maybe win $1,000 about 10 minutes away. You'll have 4 chances to go fund yourself this afternoon. Next one is coming up at 2:30. On the way into work this morning, I was passed very, very quickly by an eggplant purple Volvo SUV. And boy, did that stick in my craw. I don't know why it did. It was so dumb. Part of it was I go, wow, that is not a car color that you see in nature very often. That's a car color you have to order specifically. I don't know how many eggplant, or I don't know, maybe the state of car sales these days is such that somebody goes, you know what, just give me that one over there.
Well,
give me the eggplant purple one. I want to drive around looking like shrimp parm or eggplant parm, whatever it is.
Yeah,
right?
Like driving an emoji around.
I don't know, something. I don't know.
But it's there's a lot of shortages right now.
Yeah.
The chip shortage.
Chip shortage.
It's affecting us all.
Yeah.
There's not enough chips. Those chip farmers need to get out there and grow some chips because it's affecting us. It's keeping us from moving downtown. It's keeping people from buying new cars. You know, it's affecting people in a lot of different ways.
It was a running joke for a while when they set October 1st as our starting date for the brand new shiny iHeartRadio studios downtown on Euclid. People would say, how many days until you move down there? As of today, it would be 77 days, but they've made it pretty clear that October 1st is going to be way too optimistic for a start date. So I'm thinking maybe after the first of the year we'll be down there.
That's...
You know, I'm kind of casting my mind forward because of construction delays and things like that.
There's just a lot of different
ripple
things
effects
that goes into it, yeah.
Even under normal circumstances, construction projects rarely go to schedule.
Planned, yeah.
So you add in those other things.
They don't end early.
What's that? Yeah, they're never ahead of schedule.
Yeah, they were talking about like, we'll get you in there a week before we move down in October. You know, we'll go in the end of September. That way you can get used to the new video system and stuff like that. I'm like, okay. yeah,
right.
Okay. At the meeting, I was the person to go like, he goes, October 1st. I go, yeah, but when do we really get
Well,
down
and
there?
that's kind of been the joke too.
Yeah.
But me, because I'm dumb, I had that. I go, okay, October 1st.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you told me. But of course, you come from a construction family.
Yeah.
You know these things, and I know them too. It's just I didn't want to because I was excited to get down there. But obviously, that's not going to happen. We're not going to be down there because then I start thinking about like, oh man, when I'm going to a show at the House of Blues, I will literally be able to walk around the corner and get down there.
Just being down there for
whatever,
like Indians games and
Cavs games, the whole bit,
and Browns games and hilarities and things like that. It's gonna be fantastic.
So maybe we could do like the Coxie Christmas show. I don't know when we'll be down there. Mm-hmm. Now my mind is just defaulting to first of the year. But there's a medium between October 1st and the end of the year. So again, it's all speculation. No one knows. But maybe we could get in there just under the wire for 2021.
That'd be fun.
I think that'd be a lot of fun.
And I would actually use those weeks that we're off to just go in there and figure everything out.
Absolutely. Same. Patrick says, Alan, an easy way to determine sandwich artist versus consultant would be to go by compensation. A sandwich artist would be paid in exposure. A sandwich consultant would be paid in free apartments or free education for your children. You know, like the Trump organization does.
Yes, that makes sense.
And a sandwich employee would be paid in what we call money. So for those of you who...
And not enough money.
Right. For those of you who aspire to any sandwich-centric career, that might be a good list to print and laminate at your earliest convenience. Hey, Indians are back tonight. Not here at home, but back on the field. They're in Oakland to play the A's tonight. All-Star break is over, and so they start up the weekend out on the West Coast, and then they will go to Houston to play the Astros. They'll be back here at home on the 22nd. That's Thursday night against the Tampa Bay Rays. Also the night where they will be fully staffed with vendors.
That's exciting.
And I was having this conversation with Gwen last night when we were eating dinner about the whole, because she heard the vendor conversation. And I go, I got to tell you, I just don't think I buy from vendors that often. And she goes, well, we have club seats. And I go,
you're the 1%. You forget about that.
Please, that place is packed.
Yeah, it really is.
1%. So I'm like, yeah, but I have to have bought from vendors at some point. I couldn't conjure up the last time I bought from like in regular seats, from a vendor. And then I felt bad because I'm like, I should just be buying from vendors. But again, I don't, when am I, I'm not, I'm not
Johnny Baseball.
Well, I like to go to baseball games, but I don't have a lot of time to do it.
Right, but when you do, you sit with the elites.
I sit with the elites. I sit with the 0.05%.
There you
Bill.
go.
The 1%. Please, 1% would be lucky to have me. What are you talking about? No, I'll put in a last minute request. I go, hey, we got any tickets I can use, here in the building? They'd be like, yeah, we got a couple here. Okay.
I was supposed to go on Sunday, and then it got rained out, and that whole process of rescheduling is very annoying.
Who were they playing on Sunday?
The Royals.
When was this?
This past Sunday.
This past Sunday?
Yeah.
Oh, before the break?
Yes.
Oh, I see. Well, it's George Brett plays for them. Boy, that guy, it's amazing because I think he's like 80 now. So for him to still be, dressing up in blue and white and getting out there, very exciting. But the Indians will be here on MMS tonight at 9:40 because it's a West Coast game. And you can still use, if you need to get yourself some last-minute gear, you can use 20% off at CLE Clothing Company. Use the promo code STRIPES for that all through the month of July.
And if you're planning on watching the Indians game tonight and you're down Akron ways, I'm going to be at the Basement on Waterloo from 9 to 10:30.
Tonight?
Yes. We'll play home run derby. You can win tickets to upcoming Indians games.
Is that in the Valley?
No. That one's it's off on Waterloo.
Where's Waterloo in relation to...
I think it's like southern Akron, like on your way more towards...
it's like by
Canton,
Portage Lakes. Yeah,
Portage Lakes, that's what it is.
Waterloo's like right in between. It's between Akron and Canton.
The Basement Sports Bar and Grill.
Yes.
255 East Waterloo Road in Akron.
Correct. Tonight, 9 p.m. till 10:30.
9 to 10:30.
Come in, play some home run derby, maybe win some tickets, and then also... cluck some buds.
All right. All that in 90 minutes?
Yeah.
You're going to squeeze all that into 90 minutes?
Or less.
Amazing. Wow, or less.
Yeah.
Maybe
come cluck some
88
buds.
minutes. All right, well, go say hi to Bill. And it was voted the #1 sports bar and grill in Akron, Ohio. There's a lot of competition for that. So this is just going to jack it even further. Can you go north of #1 if you've already been rated #1? I guess the only way you can go is down.
You just keep going.
So they bring you in to make sure that they maintain that status.
You just want to maintain #1.
Okay. Boy, I hate to hear stories. I mean, this one ended in not a death. But I hate these stories where somebody falls in a crevice. Not a natural crevasse, but like in Southern California, they found a naked woman upside down, wedged between two buildings. And so obviously there's a whole lot to unpack there. They're like, why was she naked? Why was she upside down? Why was she between the buildings, I was reading about this little kid, I think from Ohio, from Northeast Ohio, this little kid who was on vacation with his parents in North Carolina. And the place they were renting had an elevator in it, and the kid got stuck between the shaft and the car.
That is my worst nightmare.
So imagine you're off for vacation. Kid didn't make it, obviously. And your little kid, oh my God. I don't even know how you get past that.
Yeah, that's terrible.
But they pulled this naked woman out of between two buildings in California. Well, so they hear her screaming. Somebody hears her screaming.
This isn't one of those people that likes to have sex with buildings, though, right? This is a different situation.
Who are one of those people?
They're out there.
Oh, they are?
They like having sex with buildings, and they have relationships with buildings.
Oh.
Yes.
Now, does it have to be monogamous?
That's up to them. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm sure there's some ethical, non-monogamous building sexers.
Right. Object sexuality? Yeah, so she's screaming, she's naked, she's upside down, and the walls were 8 inches apart. So they had to obviously get the concrete saw and cut her out from between the two buildings.
Well, we heard a lady in the back behind our shop over there screaming, you know what I'm saying? And to see her stuck between the two walls, and she's all naked.
The main focus is to get to her without injuring her.
I like that. She's all naked.
All naked.
All naked all the time. So now they're trying to figure out why she was wedged in between these two buildings. They had to cut her out. Because here's the thing, when you get that call, somebody goes, well, she's naked. And there is going to be a part of your brain that goes, now we're talking. But then you get there and you're like, she's covered in soot. She's upside down.
Yeah, that's bad naked.
Yeah,
that's not good
there's
naked.
good naked and bad
Wedged
naked.
in between two buildings is
never
going to
be good
It's not going to be
naked.
good naked because it's not going to. Your body's getting all scraped up too.
Right.
It's not a good naked.
Oh no, she's gonna have like
and she's upside down.
Yeah.
So the blood's going to her face.
Oh God, yeah. So anyway, they cut a chunk of concrete out, and this happens more often than you think. Where usually somebody who's high or they're drunk, they try to jump, and they'll land in between the two buildings.
Yeah, it's not a good time.
Not a good time. She was between the S&C Auto Body Shop and another building. And she was all naked, according to that guy.
But she must have fallen head first or like...
Yeah, she's upside down.
Yeah, she was... Oof, that's a bad night. What was that story from years ago about the people... I want to say it was in Chicago, and they got stuck on a roof in like a chimney or some sort of like... They were stuck in something like that. I think they died.
Oh, I don't know.
I think there was a boy that was stuck in a chimney chute.
I don't know.
I thought it was a person or like a couple, and they got stuck on like a roof in Chicago, and it was like, a hotel, and they got stuck in like a water tower or something.
Oh no, that was they have a Netflix special that was talking about the hotel, and that was in L.A.
Oh, that was L.A.
Is that the one you're talking about, where they find the girl in the water tank?
Yeah.
Oh, God,
she mysteriously vanished from the elevator, and like the.
Well, you want to talk about the documentary where they took one small thing and spread it into 5 hours.
Yeah.
And it was just all news footage. You're like, this sucks.
What hotel was that? It was on Skid Row.
I'd have to look it up because we just watched it. Elisa Lam was the Cecil Hotel.
Cecil Hotel, yeah. And they were saying it was haunted because they found the girl in the water tower. But that place
This is another example of them trying to take something that's normal, like we went to the Zach Bagans Mystery House in Vegas. Take something that's an interesting story and can be explained if you really dig through and try to make it haunted.
Well, they said that hotel is notorious for at least like 10 deaths a year.
Yeah, because it's all drug addicts.
Yeah.
It's like a combination of people who need really cheap hotel rooms, so they come from out of town because they're like, ooh, we can get a downtown LA for $75, not realizing Skid Row is now 50 square blocks.
How can it be that big?
Because it's all homeless people.
Well, I understand.
Like Venice Beach.
But it's still like Los Angeles. Like Los Angeles has that much space downtown where they have still more room to like shop and stuff.
Downtown Los Angeles is largely warehouses. I mean, downtown LA, they're trying to make...
It's not a crazy like downtown.
No,
like,
they were
I've
trying
never
to
been
make it
Los
something.
Angeles, so
but,
I don't know.
Yeah.
I just figure here because like when everyone wants to go shopping, they're like, oh, let's go downtown Cleveland.
Every few years, they try to revitalize downtown LA. Last time we were there, we went to one of these brand new hip restaurants, and they're trying to, revitalize the warehouse district. But at daytime, it's all homeless. Well, it's homeless people
all the time. Yeah.
All the time.
They don't go home at night.
I'll tell you what, those 9 to 5 homeless people, those are the ones you got to watch out for.
Let's not gloss over Poundcake saying going downtown to shop.
I was joking. I was
going to make sure.
Wait, say what?
I would say when everyone wants to go shopping, they go downtown Cleveland.
Right.
That's what you said?
Yeah.
I assumed you were joking. No one goes downtown Cleveland to shop.
Yeah, I know, but there are restaurants, like it is shoppable. Like there are, West 4th is pretty. I just figured LA.
You mean East 4th?
East 4th.
That's all restaurants, though.
And Cleveland Clothing Company.
Hey, I've got $1,000 here for it. It's a chance for you to go fund yourself. So listen closely, and I hope you win.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword money to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's money to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself. From 100.7 WMMS.
Alan, just wait until winter and you guys can be stuck in downtown traffic for a few hours going to work. Is there that much traffic ever, really?
And we're not going in at rush hour either.
Right. I mean...
Like we'll come in after all the...
I'll be in the morning and then we leave after 7 o'clock. I mean,
we don't get here at 8:30.
So I thought that I was going to escape it, but I was informed last night that I will not. My daughter told me that she wants to go see Space Jam 2. And
you're going to take her to see it because it's on Disney or on HBO Max.
I'm going to take her to see it. I like going to the movies.
I love
and now
going to
that
the
you,
movies,
yeah,
so.
now that you can,
Yeah.
I think that it would be more fun to do that. We went to see over my birthday. We went to see Peter Rabbit 2. Took her to that, and it's fun.
It is.
Because granted, there still aren't a lot of people in the movie theaters,
Mm-hmm.
and
not as bothersome.
Well, it's not that it was bothersome before. It's just that you're not going to go see a brand new movie and there aren't any tickets. So
It's available, yeah.
Yeah, plenty available.
From what I've read from like just people on my timeline, very anecdotal evidence, but anyone that's taken their kids or watched it with their kids love it. So I think she'll
Well, that's what
enjoy
I
it a
assume.
lot.
She'll
Yeah.
love it. I mean, the headline I saw was LeBron James' Space Jam reboot is an abomination. Man. And that was one of the kinder reviews. This guy went to go see it and said after walking out, it seemed like another 25 years had passed. I felt shell-shocked. I don't remember getting back to the street from my theater seat.
All right,
It's as
calm down.
It's as if I floated out in a daze.
Calm down. It's just a dumb movie.
Yeah,
It's still got classic, Looney Tunes characters.
But there are movies that are meant for kids that can still knock it out of the park for the adults too.
That's true. Pixar does it almost every
Pixar
time.
does it great. Cruella, I think, did that. If you watched
Cruella's
Cruella,
more for adults than it was for kids, I feel like.
but it's still, I think, it's not for adults.
I mean, it's a PG-13 movie.
Yeah.
Maleficent was a scary, I don't know how a little kid could watch that one.
I don't remember. I took my older kids to that when they were little. I don't remember them freaking out at Maleficent.
Angelina Jolie,
you could barely see it. It was shot so dark. So, So anyway, yeah, I'm going to be taking my daughter to see the Space Jam movie.
Let me know how it is.
Unless I shouldn't even mention that it's on television.
Yeah, just take her to see it.
Because I like going to...
And it's more fun to go and have that day out rather than just be at home watching it. Because she's also probably not going to pay attention if you watch it at home.
You're helping the community, too.
Well, because I asked her, I said, now, do you want us to go with you and pay for everything, or do you want to go see it on your own? And she said, I want you guys to come with me and pay for everything. And I said, okay, I just want to make sure.
That makes sense.
That makes more sense to me, sure.
Just have her sit there with a big cup the same size as her. Those cups are massive.
Well, I'm the one with the snacks.
She don't want snacks.
She barely cares. I go, oh, you want something? She goes, maybe. I'm the one sitting there with the popcorn and the depth charge size of Cherry Coke,
Yeah, I'm going to skip this one in the theater.
You're going to watch it on television?
I'll watch it on HBO Max.
All right.
And I'll just throw it on, and I'm not expecting much from it. So,
well, here's my question, because I've never seen the Michael Jordan Space Jam. Will I be lost will I be able to follow the new one if I haven't seen the original?
I think you'll be just fine.
Okay.
Because I imagine
that's what I'm concerned about.
They understood that there's a lot of young children that have never seen the first Jam. So they don't want to have... The continuity is not that important.
That was my next question. Am I going to have to sit down with her and watch the Michael Jordan one first?
I would watch that after.
Just to lay it out. Okay.
I would say watch this one, and then if she likes it, be like, well, they made one back in the 90s. Let's watch this one.
Right. This is what they were trying to achieve, but with a different basketball player. I think because obviously LeBron is the natural choice because Michael Jordan was the biggest thing in the world, and so naturally you're going to put him in a movie like that, and that's what they've tried to do with LeBron James. This is this generation's Michael Jordan, whatever. I would love to see them do a scaled-down version of the same thing, like a Space Jam 3, but with tertiary characters that you barely remember, and then like a basketball player who's kind of good. I would like to see them
just
do
a
that.
Journeyman.
Yeah, just a journeyman player, like maybe like Mozgov. With
Mozgov and Dellavedova.
Dellavedova, yeah, with like Yosemite Sam or somebody that you don't really pay attention. Granny. I don't know if Granny is in this movie, but it should be just Yosemite Sam and Granny. And then Mozgov and Dellavedova.
And build the whole Space Jam universe, and then they can do a big team-up movie at the end.
Something.
Like the Avengers, yeah.
Something. I took my 4-year-old daughter to see Boss Baby last night. The experience is something that they never forget. Well, that's patently false. She will immediately forget it because she's 4. But I take your point. That's more for the parents than anything else.
I remember going to movies when I was around that age.
You do?
Like, I don't remember the entire experience, but I remember going to see, like, Snow White in the theater. I think that's the first movie I ever saw in the theater, and I remember that. I remember seeing
Your parents were dipping your toe in the theatrical waters with Snow White.
With Snow White, and I think Little Mermaid was around the same time too.
I mean, I remember they took us to see Darby O'Gill and the Little People when I was in kindergarten, in a not a movie theater, but like a performance theater where they would stage productions, and they showed the movie. I don't remember what it was for. It must have been one of those days where the school's like, let's just get these kids out of school, out of the building, plop them in a theater, and we'll watch this. And by that time, that movie was probably 15 years old by the time I saw it.
Yeah, it was. I think it was Snow White and Bambi, because I think they did re-releases of those in the late 80s, and that would have been around when I was that young.
Okay.
So probably like 86, 88.
Well, there you go. I've got to take a break here. If you want to get a text, 35192 for that, AlanCoxShow.com if you want to watch. And you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7.
35192 if you want to text. And AlanCoxShow.com. Get all of our other details there if you need to leave us a message in the after hours line. Live lines are there too, I can only assume. And thank you to Carly Yonkschnagel, who's helping out today. Carly or Corley? Corley Yonkschnagel, who's helping out. I don't know if that's a guy or a girl. We're not allowed to ask. Sight unseen. If you listen to the show on iHeartRadio from outside Ohio, tell me where you do that. I'd like to know. Make sure that you get your pin on the map of Bureau Chiefs. Doug listens in Potomac, Maryland. Justin's in Phoenix. Colleen and Steve listen in Greenville, South Carolina. And Alex is one of our many Bureau Chiefs in the greater Dallas-Fort Worth area. I also heard from, who did I hear from? Lawrence, who was a longtime Bureau Chief in North Carolina. He was stationed at Camp Lejeune. And he wrote me to tell me that he's now in Kaiserslautern, Germany, for a new job. And listens to the show all the time from Germany. P.S. I ate an apple Danish, a chocolate croissant, and an Aldi energy drink whilst driving to work this morning. Yeah, there you go. Aldi's big over in Germany, right?
Yeah, it's a German
Aldi Nord and
company, right?
Aldi South? Yeah, Trader Joe's is Aldi South, I think. And Aldi North is your garden variety Aldi. Same company, but over in Germany, it's a big deal. So I always, it's certainly unnecessary, but I do appreciate when our Bureau Chiefs take the extra step of informing me of their relocation. I heard from Sherry, by the way, who was one of our Bureau Chiefs. Well, she's our one Bureau Chief in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. And she sent me a story. You know, we talk about exercising and working out and stuff like that. In the sports report this last break, they were talking about how Tom Brady won the Super Bowl with a torn MCL. That he played a pretty large portion of last season, which of course culminated in the Tampa Bay Buccaneers winning the Super Bowl. That he played it with a torn MCL and it required off-season surgery. That's a singular focus in what you have to do. Now, again, I don't know how. I don't know anything about a torn MCL. Doesn't sound fun. It sounds like something that you would absolutely have to focus your mind on to play through. I don't know anything about that kind of injury, but it doesn't sound good.
Name a good injury.
Well, like I stubbed my toe.
Oh,
You know,
that's
not
worse.
But that's not going to. But is that going to keep you from winning the Super Bowl?
It's
like
turf toe. Yeah, it's
turf toe.
Yeah, turf toe is a thing.
I mean, I've heard of turf toe. Is that what that is?
Well, because then you can't plant off your foot. So, as you're running, your body doesn't have as much propulsion forward because you're favoring that foot.
Okay.
Because your toes hurt.
But still, I would imagine that if you're a quarterback of Tom Brady's ilk, of which there are few, if
there are none.
There are none. There you
He's
go.
in the league of his
yeah.
own.
But also, I mean, a torn MCL sounds like a big deal. Like that, there are other quarterbacks that would
I mean, there's
get out of the season
too.
for that. Yeah.
I mean, if you tear it all the way, like if you completely blow it out, then you have to end the season. But there's different levels of tears, but it's still not something. It's not ideal,
right?
And you have to play through the pain. You have to probably have some sort of brace on it. But he's the guy that is very in tune with his body. He's the guy that said, I don't get hurt when I get sacked because I'm so malleable or whatever it was.
Yeah, right. He's like rubber, this guy.
He's so...
Yeah, I know how to fall.
But there is something with knowing how to play with an injury and, adjusting to that so you don't make it worse. And he's also not a guy out there scrambling or anything like that. He needs to be able to throw the ball, which does take... You need your legs for that.
Right.
But it's not like he's, Lamar Jackson out there running for 30 and 40 yards at a time.
Gotcha. So he's a guy who overall has much bigger control over the situation. Not just his body, but yeah.
He's a guy that can adapt to a situation like that where there's other guys, they rely so much on their athleticism that an MCL tear will take them out of the season because it will just get worse and worse.
Right.
Where he's a guy that knows that I can't take off and run because I'll make this worse. So I'm going to get rid of the ball. I'm going to stay in the pocket. I'm going to make sure that I don't aggravate this injury even more.
Adjust that way.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Well, it's like my older daughter has been an equestrian since she was 5. You know what I mean? I mean, she just turned 17. And one of the first things they teach you is how to fall off a horse. Because you will fall off a horse at some point. You'll either get bucked or you'll slip or something, when you're... And so learning to fall off a horse is an important thing.
I was talking about that with my trainer where, like, teaching kids to skateboard at a young age is actually a really good thing because it teaches them how to fall. Or, like, gymnastics. We were talking about gymnastics because he's like, have you always been real, like, tight? And I was like, yeah. I did gymnastics as a kid, but like even then I wasn't like the most flexible. He's like, oh, gymnastics as a kid is great because it teaches you how to just control your body and fall and things like that. And that's, I think, something that people should know because there's a lot of people that don't know how to do that and they hurt themselves worse when they fall.
It can be. My youngest brother was a gymnast when he was younger and he coached for a long time, mostly like tumbling and that kind of gymnastics. And his spine is now all steel and pins.
Well, yeah, there's degrees of it if you go too far. But just knowing how to do like a little roll or something like
tuck
that.
And roll.
Yeah, tuck and roll. That's it's a nice thing to understand.
Now, how many days in a row of working out do you have?
How many days? None in a row.
None in a row.
Well, not with a trainer.
I see.
So like on days that I'm not working with the trainer, I'm recovering, but I'm still doing like cardio, just getting going for walks and things like that. But tomorrow he's out of town. He's in Denver, so we're working out again on Tuesday. But tomorrow I'm going to go do the rowing machine because that's strength and cardio.
So rowing machine does everything.
Yeah,
I love the rowing machine.
It's the best.
We flipped the coin at Casa Cox between the Peloton and the Hydro, and we landed on Peloton.
Ooh, they have a Peloton room at my gym. Maybe I'll get in there.
You should
check out one of those.
Peloton's great.
Yeah, but it's all dark and cool in there. Like it looks
dark and cool.
It's got like neon lights, and it's the Peloton room, and I haven't seen anybody in there yet.
Really? I would think they'd all be full.
I mean, there's just 2 in there.
You got to pay extra for them?
Well, no, I don't think so. I think it's just one of those things where in the gym that I go to, people are there for more strength training, so it's a lot more weights
free
and
weights
things
and
like
stuff.
that. Yeah.
Plus, if you're going to have Peloton, you're going to put it in your home.
Right.
But I heard from Sherry, who is our bureau chief in Cedar Rapids, and she was pointing me to a local guy who is 65 years old, and he just, they were talking about him on the local news because he just finished working out 10,000 days in a row. 10,000 consecutive days this guy has worked out.
Is there any way to know how many years that is?
There is absolutely no way to know. Perhaps he will tell us how long that was.
I looked down and I swore to myself that my gut would never stick out further than my chest. And I've never forgotten that.
That motivation started a 27-year fitness journey for 65-year-old Mark Mueller.
27 years, Bill.
That's a lot.
He has worked out 10,000 consecutive days because he said, I never want my gut to get further out than my chest.
Hey.
Now, Poundcake has not adhered to that axiom. Nevertheless, I think a life hack for that is just to make sure that your chest stays really big. Don't worry about your gut. Make sure that your pecs are
chest
huge.
Every day.
Chest every day. Right. Even if you're doing the inverted triangle, even if you get a little bit of a pooch, you go, still not further out. It's never going to be a photo finish between my gut and my chest.
Cedar Rapids.
It was February 21st, 1994. I was still 38 at that time.
That's when Mark vowed to never miss a workout.
You can always find a reason not to work out. You need to be finding reasons to work out. And so that's just kind of how it got started. I also felt like days take themselves off, so you don't need to take days off. But as it's turned out, a day has never taken itself off.
Mark has never taken a day off.
What the hell does that mean? But did you hear what he just said?
I don't even know what.
Days don't take themselves off, and then I found out that no day has ever taken itself off. Huh? What?
Right, but your body is not a day. Your body is, I don't think it's great to work out, like from what I understand.
Well, he's not doing like heavy.
Right,
he's doing something every day.
Yeah, I'm doing something every day now too. So
take days off, but as it's turned out, a day has never taken itself off.
Mark has never taken a day off. Last week, he passed 10,000 straight days of working out.
I'm afraid not to work out anymore. And then after
Don't they say that when you work out regularly, even if you took like a week off, your body starts to, like you have to keep that forward momentum all the time.
Yeah. But
for
also,
the rest of your life.
But also taking a week off can help it like jumpstart it again.
That's why they say like when you eat healthy all week, it's sometimes good to get like an unhealthy meal just to shock the body.
No one says that.
I know a lot
no
of
one says that.
I know a lot of people that weight lift and they're like, sometimes I just go to McDonald's and pig out because it's
that's their cheat day.
Cheat day.
But like
or they're carbo loading or something.
It's
Eating
good to
a bunch
keep
of
the body
pasta.
on its toes. Okay.
No, listen.
This isn't coming from me.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
I get misdirected a lot, okay? Warbury, eating unhealthy meals when you're a power lifter.
I understand. It sounds like a cheat day to me. I mean, anyone exercising will say you change up the exercises to shock your body.
No,
but
if you eat healthy all week and you have like an unhealthy meal.
It's not going to jam you up, right?
It's not going to jam you up, That's okay to do.
But if somebody's like, that's how I shock my body, that's not, Like if you follow The Rock on Instagram, his cheat days are bananas because he eats 10,000 calories a day because he's working out all the time. And then his cheat day is a pan of baked ziti and 8 chocolate chip cookies and 9 tacos,
But it's also not once a week. He does a cheat day like once every month and a half.
Oh, I thought it was once a week.
I don't know if he does it once a week.
You might be right.
I think they're like pretty spaced out. Maybe not month and a half, but I feel like it's not once a week.
Well, and The Rock he just wrapped shooting this movie Black Adam, which is a Shazam spinoff, where he's the big bad in the Shazam comic books, this guy Black Adam. And something you never think about is when these big ripped dudes play one of these superheroes, he's like, once you start shooting, you have to stay laser focused on your workouts and your macros because you got to stay in that suit.
Yeah.
So you can't, these suits don't it's not like when Homer was the superhero when he got all fat. He's like, these suits, you're locked into these. So you can't go one way or the other.
Well, that's why when people hear about someone like Henry Cavill or Chris Evans walking away from a role, they're like, why wouldn't you just be Captain America or Superman forever? Because it's so much work to maintain that level of mass.
Yeah.
I mean, look at what Kumail or Hugh Jackman did to beef up to be Wolverine. That was so 20 years just being absolutely jacked is really hard to do.
Yeah. And it's fine if you're getting paid $20 million to do it.
Oh, yeah, you'll do it.
Yeah, but if you're not doing that anymore.
After I hit 9,000, then I actually set a goal to go for 10,000. Today is 10,003.
We all find excuses not to work out, but even though he's had some great reasons to skip a workout, Mark hasn't missed one day in 27 years.
Found out I had walking pneumonia, so I had to just pretty much stay in the weight room and lift light for a couple days. The second one was in 2016 when I had surgery on my knee, so I did a lot of light upper body stuff day after day and a lot of core work. I had COVID in January. I did a lot of stationary bike and a lot.
So this guy, and this is why people go, see, this guy works out all the time. Yeah. He got walking pneumonia, he got COVID, he had knee surgery. Man, but think of how bad those things would have been had he not been in better shape.
I think I'm around a year without
Without COVID?
No, without missing a day of getting some exercise.
Oh yeah,
because I have my Apple Watch.
Yeah,
and I close my circles every day, and I have to get 30 minutes of exercise to close that circle.
Okay,
the green circle, and I've done that every day since I went on vacation last year. Last July. So
you should start keeping track of your days, like this
guy. My watch
guy.
already does it.
Like this guy.
My watch does it, but then
this guy's writing in a book.
But he's saying that he doesn't want his gut to get further than his chest. My gut's already past my chest, so I got to bring it back.
Yeah, hey.
And a lot of running on the treadmill.
I don't want my gut to ever get smaller than my chest.
You don't want your right. You don't want.
I'm going to work out, but I'm not going to look any better.
Today's belly day. Do you see what I'm working on here?
Still got my workouts in. You can always find a reason not to work out. Best kind of discipline is self-discipline.
So he doesn't get burned out, Mark mixes up his workouts.
Self-discipline? What other kind of discipline is there? The best kind of discipline is self-discipline?
Other people discipline, where you just discipline other people?
Oh, I see. Like a BDSM type situation. Huh?
Working out just revitalizes me and gives me energy for the day. I like to swim in the morning and lift in the afternoon, late afternoon, early evening, and then on alternate days, I'll run in the morning and bike in the evening.
And Mark has recorded every one of his workouts.
It's color-coded, so like the date, isn't green because green's the color for...
Oh boy, this is a guy with no family. Clearly, this is a guy
this
with
is all
no
he
wife,
has.
no kids.
Yes.
Yeah, he's like, I color code my workouts. He's 65. There's no wedding ring on his finger here, so he's either divorced or nobody's got this kind of time to do this. When
he's running from something.
Color for growth, so it's another day to grow and improve myself. And I always have a purpose for each workout.
And he hopes to continue until
they put me 6 feet under. I was coming out of the Y yesterday, and Keith Wymore was walking in to get a little workout in. He's 94, going on 95, so I got a few years to go.
There you go. I was reading about this 78-year-old woman who started powerlifting 5 or 6 years ago. And they got her, they got her bench pressing like the bar and some tiny weights. But her powerlifting, her deadlifts,
Pretty
like
impressive.
150 pounds. Yeah.
That's not bad.
She's 78. She's like, I'm trying to keep up with my grandkids. So when I get it into my head, when I'm like being a pussy, that I'm 50, because I exercise, but I'm like, I see these people, I'm like, oh, I could, this is how you make it happen. This is how you end up living at 94, 95 years old.
Also,
Keith Weimar.
Does he just have money too?
Yeah, that's really expensive.
What is? He just goes to the gym and runs.
He goes to the gym and runs. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying it does to work out in the morning and the afternoon. Like, when's he working? I mean, he might be retired now.
I think
he's older.
Oh yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Maybe, but that's what I'm saying. This guy's got no wife.
Yeah,
who's
this is all he has. All he has is working out.
Why are you running again? Get off my ass, woman. But he's been doing it since he's 38. So I'm just gonna wildly speculate here with no information whatsoever. When has that ever stopped me? Here's a guy who started this at 38, maybe had a couple of kids. Wife already up his ass about something. He goes, I'm going to go for a run. And he starts running. He starts working out. He's like, this is great. I feel good. My endorphins are overflowing.
Here's the thing. Working out with this trainer, I feel good until I don't.
What do you mean?
I'm sore. And my recovery's trash, and then I'm tired.
Yeah, but that'll change.
I know it will, but right now,
right?
Someone was messaging oh, I just love going to the gym. It makes me feel so good. I'm like, I'm not there yet. I'll get back to that. I've been there before, but right now it's not where I'm at.
It's like running.
After this, yeah.
I've never got I would go through long periods of running. Mm-hmm. Never got to the point where I was got a runner's high or anything. Oh, I just love running. I'm like, this sucks every minute, every time I do it.
Every time
hate it.
I ever I was running about 3 miles a day during Skinny Bill era.
Yeah.
And I was doing I'd go lift and then I'd run afterwards. And when I was running, I'd just be like, I just want to be done with this. I would run faster just so I could be done sooner. Is that a runner's high? I just wanted to be done with it.
I want to be. Now, the high is, usually it's marathoners or, obviously ultra marathoners.
I was running 3 miles. So
yeah. But still, that's better than nothing.
Right. No, it was good. But now my knees are jacked up, and I think it's partially from that.
Alan the Rock doesn't do cheat days. He has a late night cheat meal when his family's asleep. Yeah, man. This guy, the Rock, you really got to hand it to him. He's really done some things.
He's kept it together. He's doing all right.
That's like that kind of life.
I think he's going to make it.
I think so too.
I think he's going to be okay.
I think he's really laid the groundwork for a good career. Mm-hmm. But he's and eventually, of course, our president. But boy,
not my president. President Stone Cold Steve Austin.
That's right. That's the problem to have is when you're so friggin' busy, you have to schedule out every minute of your day. That's paradise. When you just have to, everything is scheduled out.
And we have a pretty scheduled out day for work. And I try to maintain a schedule, but The Rock, if The Rock's car breaks down, he just has another car show up.
Right, or a private plane.
Yeah. Or something and also he's never going to drive a car that's going to break down. Like
your Chevy Sonic?
Yeah. Yesterday when my car breaks down, I had plans, but then they all got thrown into the wind.
Excuses.
But back in the day, he would have had a car that broke down. We're seeing the result of all of his hard work.
Right, I know. I'm saying there's a lot of people that work hard, but then they don't have the resources that The Rock has, and the luck and the charisma. There's a lot that goes into it.
Are you saying that you don't have the charisma of Rock the Dwayne Johnson? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying.
Are you saying that?
I'm saying it's a different kind of charisma. His is charm. Mine is harm.
Oh, charm versus harm. Your Honor, in the case of charm v. harm, we rule in favor of the plaintiff. Okay, I got a break.
Which was charm or harm?
It was harm. You won.
Finally.
Okay.
Buy me a car, Rock.
I've got to take a break. I will have Black Label Society tickets for you. Zach Wilde and the boys are coming back to do a show in November at the House of Blues downtown. So if you want to see that, 35192 if you want to text for anything, and we'll be back. info you need. You're going to get the last pair of these this week from me here, so good luck. I'll see you there. 2 for Black Label Society and friends. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Some things are never meant to be discussed in polite society. Welcome to Impolite Society.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Fun thing about seeing Black Label Society is that Zach will always end up playing some Ozzy songs too, so if you care about that. I don't think I've seen Black Label since they opened for Judas Priest at Romo Fijo many years ago, when it was still the Quicken Loans Arena. You know, they called it the Q back then.
Oh, yeah. What do they call it now?
The Romo Fijo, Bill.
I like that.
Romo Fijo. Hey, if you want to drop a text in here, you certainly can, 35192. Anybody who needs to leave just a message can do that at our after hours line, which is 216-986-8903, if you're not able to call live. Joe in Philly is always able to call live. Hello, Joe.
Yeah, what up, guys?
How are you?
What up, guys? I don't know, guys. This Mark Cat, he needs to get a life. Like, grow up.
The guy in Cedar Rapids who's been working out for 10,000 consecutive days, I'm impressed.
No, not impressed. I am saddened by his effort.
Why?
All for nothing. It's a joke. Get
All
over
for
yourself.
nothing? He's extending his life, allegedly.
No, yeah, allegedly. He's going to die tomorrow. Guarantee it. Put it on your calendar.
Like when, what's his name? Well, because people who don't like exercise or who eschew exercise always have those examples. They go, oh, look at, who was the runner who died on the track? Oh, God, I'm thinking Mark Spitz, but he's the diver. Somebody will text me and tell me. The guy that ran his whole... Jim Fix? Was it Jim Fix?
I don't remember.
Who died running the track, had a heart attack out there, and then, like other people, are drinking and smoking, and they live to 106. But I still think that you're loading the deck in your favor if you take care of yourself.
Right, but there's taking care of yourself, but then there's a fixation, and I think Joe's a guy that takes care of himself. Like, he wrestled and, he exercises, but... You also need to have some balance and some recovery and things.
There's a point of diminishing return, especially in old age. I agree with the message, but in practice, when I see a 50-year-old woman being like, "Hey, I'm gonna run a marathon," and then she's just walking for 8 hours, I'm like, cool, you walked for 8 hours. Or I'm always blessed with the person that comes in who's never done an athletic thing in their life, and they're like, I want to do jujitsu. Well, they're like, jujitsu's for everyone. I'm like, all right, well, that's fine. You're going to get your butt kicked for at least 8 years for you to, like, move on.
8 long years to get your ass kicked. Wow, 8 years.
It is what it is.
That's right. If you're old or out of shape, don't try. That's Joe's message. It annoys him.
So, Joe, what is the age at which no one should aspire to any kind of health? After what age?
I say after 55. Just don't even bother going to. But no, go to the doctor.
Yeah.
Get all of the medications that they prescribe you, and just keep taking them until you die. Because that's currently what everyone's doing.
I see.
Anyway.
Yeah, Jim Fix was 52, and he was a very famous runner. Went to Oberlin College, as a matter of fact, and he died running the track. He was 52 years old, and he had genetic heart problems. That's always what happens, is these people are trying to kind of fend off the reaper if they've got some genetic congenital dispositions, and that's what happened to him. But
the Greek in which the marathon is named after died after the 26th mile. That's why it's only 26 miles.
26.2 miles, Joe. I know
yeah.
that because of all the people's stickers on their car. They can't not tell you that they were. I love people who ran a marathon and never tell you about it. Those are my favorite people.
I like the people that do the 13.1. It's like, there's 26.2s out there, and you're trying to brag about 13.1?
You're bragging about being half as good as these other people? Stop it.
Yeah, it's a joke. I mean, these people just die off as soon as possible. We don't need you. You're just sucking up all the healthcare money for everyone else who actually can live a long life.
I got to tell you, I am getting the impression from Joe today that maybe something else is going on that just really set him off on edge today, and it's culminating in this diatribe against old people trying to take care of themselves.
I went for a run this afternoon, and let me tell you, it's 90 degrees, 90% humidity out here, and I'm a good runner, and I had to stop and walk, and I looked next to me, had this fat old man next to me walking the entire time, and I'm like, I can't be that person. I can't be that person.
But according to you, he's doing what he should be doing.
But if he wasn't there, I wouldn't be having these feelings right now.
According to what you just told us.
Why did that fat old man make you so upset? He was just walking.
Because he was walking, I was running, and then I got myself so tired that I had to walk as well.
Right, but that's because of running. If that guy had ran for a little bit, then he would have, like you said, he would just die.
He would have died.
So he's doing the best he can. You got to stop comparing yourself against these fat old men, Joe. It's always going to make you sad.
Yeah, you would have lapped a corpse.
Yeah, I probably would have ran faster.
I got to get away from that big fat dead guy over there. Yeah. Okay. Well, I won't hesitate to tell you, Joe. I think you're sending mixed messages here. On the one hand, that guy should not have been exerting himself. On the other hand, the fact that he wasn't inspired you or made you angry.
Yeah, we're all going to die, guys. We're all going to die.
I tell myself that every day.
There you go. All right. So it's the nihilist's exercise plan is what Joe's working off of.
Yeah. All right. Be safe, guys.
All right. Thank you. There's Joe in Philadelphia who checks in occasionally, and I got to tell you, I had no idea that he was so down on the elderly trying to,
stay healthy.
Yeah, isn't there something to be said? Like I said, that 78-year-old power lifter, she's like, I want to keep up with my grandchildren.
I disagree.
I want to run around with them.
I'm okay with that. I think that's great. I do understand what he's saying about the guy that has done 10,000 days in a row, and like that's all he has. Like that seems a little bit sad. Like he needs a social life, but if it makes him happy, it makes him happy.
Not only
it's
that,
not hurting me at all, so I don't care.
Yeah, but if there's a big fat guy walking, listen, being a fat guy all your life, you've wrecked your knees because of all that weight. Mm-hmm. So it's physically impossible for you to run. Probably.
I mean, I can run still. I just don't like it because I feel like it's just going to make my knee, like my knee is, I feel like teetering on the edge, and like I keep seeing people around my age get hurt real bad by doing athletic things. So I'm like, I'll do controlled movements in the gym. I'll ride bikes, I'll do the rowing machine, but running I know is not the best for your joints. So I won't do that.
Alan, I ran a marathon and I didn't tell anyone about it. Crap, now I did. Just kidding. I never ran a marathon. That's okay too.
Real quick though, during the commercial break, they played a promo for me being at around the corner today at 4:30. I will not be there today at 4:30.
You'll be in Akron tonight.
I'll be in Akron tonight at the Basement on Waterloo at 9 p.m. Tomorrow at 4:30, I'll be around the corner. Some people hit me up and they were a little confused.
They aired the wrong promo.
Yeah. Are you leaving the show mid-show? I'm like, no. Be there tomorrow.
So they were primarily concerned that you were leaving mid-show, not that they were going to come see you on the
They were just confused by
I understand. It was confusing.
It was confusing.
We were both in here going, that's the wrong promo.
That's the wrong promo. Yeah. They asked you to...
So, Akron tonight.
Lakewood
tomorrow.
Correct. WMMS.com for all the details.
You Lakewoodians, are they Lakewoodians? What are Lakewood denizens called?
Lakewoodies?
Lakewoodians. Go see Bill tomorrow
You don't have to be from Akron or you could come to both if you wanted.
Of course.
You could be from anywhere. You can be from Canton,
from anywhere.
From Strongsville.
From anywhere. Well, I've got some breaking sports news, Bill. Do you want breaking sports news?
Alan Cox!
I didn't even give you a chance to answer. Do you want breaking sports news?
Can I guess what it is?
Alan Cox Show! Exclusive news update!
You can absolutely guess what it is.
Is it about a Cavs player? Is it about Kevin Love? Kevin Love will not be playing in the Olympics.
Kevin Love is out of the Olympics. Now, did you know or were you guessing?
I knew.
You knew.
I'd seen that.
Wait, why?
That's not like a super breaking. Like, that didn't happen just now. That was announced this morning.
Why? I just saw it.
I want to see him in
Well, screw me then. I can't pay attention to everything that's going on.
I didn't say you could, but
I know.
It just wasn't breaking.
But I like my breaking news to be actual. Kevin Love is out of the Olympics, citing performance issues. I hope he doesn't cite those with his wife. Hi-oh! Hey-oh! Denver Nuggets center JaVale McGee and Spurs forward Keldon Johnson are... Let me try that again. Keldon Johnson are taking the open spots on the 12-man roster for the Tokyo Olympics. So Kevin Love is out. He said, I am incredibly disappointed to not be heading to Tokyo, but you need to be at your absolute peak performance, and I am just not there yet. These guys get their ass kicked twice by Australia. What's this peak performance they're talking about?
Nigeria and Australia.
Huh?
They lost to Nigeria and
right.
then Australia, but then they turned it around, I think, against Argentina.
Don't cry for them, Argentina.
Argentina's a good team, though.
Well, okay. I'm just saying, what's this peak performance he's talking about?
I don't know.
When Nigeria's kicking their ass.
It's been a while since he's been at peak performance. He's just been nagged by injuries since LeBron left. Like, he hasn't had like a great season because he's just so, like, his body's just basically broken down.
This is a day after Bradley Beal from the Washington Bullets was forced to drop out of the Olympics.
The who?
The Washington Bullets.
No.
The Washington Wizards?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, there you go. Now, it's my understanding that there aren't going to be crowds at the Olympics.
Correct.
Right. Because the people in Tokyo were like, please call off the Olympics because of COVID. But that's not a decision that even local authorities in Tokyo can make. That's a decision that has to be made by the International Olympic Commission, and they're not going to make that decision because there's billions of dollars on the line. You always got to follow the money.
Got to follow the money, and people, they're going to do it. They got to get it in. And this is just,
Kevin Love,
we're getting to a place where like things are going to get bad again because there's these variants and like LA counties requiring masks again. Like, it's not good.
Thanks, unvaccinated people.
So what does that mean?
Thanks for infringing on my freedom.
What does what mean?
These unvaccinated people, there's another strain, so are we going to have to get revaccinated again?
No, because it's still...
I don't know.
It's 99% of like hospitalizations are from unvaccinated people, but still, it's like...
It's still transmissible.
Yeah, the more unvaccinated people you have, the more it can mutate, and you can get different variants, and eventually, one of those variants is not going to be effective or affected by
I think Rich Eisen
vaccinations.
From the NFL Network...
Yeah, he was fully vaccinated. He got COVID. So did Kat Sadler, who used to be over at E! News. She's having a hell of a time.
And he's like not doing well, but he's not like, I don't think he's hospitalized, but he's just not doing well with it. And he explains in his post on Instagram that he'd be in a lot worse shape had he not been vaccinated.
I just don't know how this didn't foil all the anti-vaxxers and anti-maskers like theory, because they were like, oh no, they just want us to wear masks forever. Well, we're not. Oh, they just want to track us down and take all our stuff. No, they don't.
Well,
they didn't.
Because those weren't actual good faith arguments. They kept moving the chains and the markers. Basically, it came down to, I don't want to do this, and I don't care if you die because people die.
But that's I don't understand. Like, no one wanted to wear the mask. Like, people weren't saying, oh, I can't wait to wear a mask. We were doing them because we wanted to get it over with.
But they politicized it by making it a right versus left thing versus instead of just saying, like, hey, we should all come together on this and do what it takes to get through this together but they made it a whole thing
Right.
where they go, no, if you're going to tell me to, if, the doctors are going to tell me to wear a mask, I'm just going to say, that's liberal hooey.
Pro-life people were never actually pro-life.
Not saying the vaccine wouldn't have come into play, but you wouldn't have to take the vaccine if you were to wear a mask. So you don't want to wear a mask. You don't want to get the vaccine. You just want to be difficult. You're the kid in the high chair, just like, I don't want to eat. You don't want anything on the menu.
You're the kid that cheated on the test that is keeping everybody in class in trouble, where they're like, once we just get this one person to admit that they did something wrong, you can the rest of you can go, and that person's just like not saying anything.
You're the reason why the teacher grades on a curve.
Yeah.
Well, conversely, I'll play devil's advocate here.
Let's do it.
The other argument was the countries that imposed extraordinarily stringent lockdowns were okay for a little while, but once the lockdowns were lifted, you saw COVID again. So the people who didn't want to do the masks were like, why are we going to shut down the economy when everybody wearing it's going to happen? So, but again, I think that obscures. That is a valid point to make, but there were too many people not making that point. They were making the point of like, I'm not wearing my freedom muzzle. It got turned into all kinds of nonsense.
What's going on with New Zealand right now? Because
Australia's having a hard time again. New Zealand, I think, is okay.
I think New Zealand.
Australia is starting to lock down again because they had. But again, that goes to the fact that Australia botched their vaccine programs. So it has more to do with the fact that the rollout of the vaccine in Australia was not handled properly. This country, whatever you think of it, has done a great job with the vaccine rollout. It's just people who don't want to get it. It's not that it's not available. There are countries where it's not available. So that's why
you can walk in and get it at
anywhere.
CVS pharmacy. Or...
So you've got countries where people are begging for the vaccine, and over here people are like, nope.
Not enough testing.
So whatever. But there are people who, it in no way diminishes the impact of vaccinations to say, here's someone who got vaccinated and still got COVID. Yes, that is going to happen. No one ever said you can't get it, but you won't die from it. That's why they're saying the LA County...
Or you're far less likely. There's still some people that will die from it.
Of course. But LA County is imposing the indoor mask mandates again because they're seeing huge spikes in hospitalizations. Now, those are 99% unvaccinated people. But in Los Angeles, where things are on fire a lot, and it's really, really hot, nobody's looking to put the masks back on. But if that's what they got to do, that's what they're going to do. So, Alan, how do you feel about Fauci saying in emails that your mask does nothing? Yeah, very early on, and right-wingers love this too. Right. DeSantis in Florida has got these "Don't Fauci," he's selling Fauci merch or whatever. Yeah, very early on, Fauci said, well, I don't think the masks are going to do anything.
Well,
because they were learning about it day to day to day. And eventually they said, yeah, we're going to have to do the masks. So the very first thing that anyone says about a novel coronavirus is not the thing that you're going to hold them to a year and a half in.
And especially what he said was, unless you are infected, I don't see a point in wearing a mask. But again, like you said, that was very early on. They didn't know it was transmissible if you were asymptomatic. They didn't know almost anything about it.
They said a lot of things early on that we all hoped would be true.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I love to, when people write me or, blah, 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 who are on the other side of this, I just say to them, Ebola is an exponentially more fatal and transmissible condition than COVID. And when Obama was the president, there were Ebola cases in the United States. And he squashed them because the CDC got involved. They did everything they should do. They had a plan in place. That could have run rampant through this country. And a guy like Trump wanted Obama at the time to be impeached or fired or whatever, resign from the presidency because of 3 people with Ebola. But if that had made its way through this country, we'd be looking at you see what it does to other countries. That is no joke. So, whatever. Sorry, I'm talking, I'm looking at text, and somebody used the word prolapse, and that to me is a funny word.
It is a funny word.
I don't care in any context. The word prolapse is never not going to be funny to me.
That's a word that conjures a bad image. That prolapses. Oof. Ooh.
Like power lifters and prolapsing.
Yeah.
Nobody wants that. Okay, listen, I've got to take a break here. The next chance for those of you listening to win $1,000 is going to come around 4:30, and then we'll do 5:30 and 6:30. Those will be your next chances to go fund yourself, so listen for those keywords. 35192 if you want to text for anything in here, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7.
guys were saying why people don't want to take the shot, there's other people such as myself that I'm questioning it because of how quick they came up with the shot when there's so much other stuff out there that they haven't. You know what I mean? It's like, how can they come up a shot so quick?
I'll give you an answer to that, Chris. The answer is that despite this being a coronavirus that they had never seen before, they've done research on coronaviruses for decades. So it's not that they just rushed some vaccine through. They basically got to take a lot of what they did know about coronaviruses and apply it to this one. And so when people go, "Oh, they came up with this overnight," it's not even remotely true.
Yeah, well, maybe they should tell people that, hey, it's not something.
They are telling people that. That's how I know about it.
I watch the news quite a bit because, unfortunately, I'm screwed up being handicapped. So I sit on.
No, I understand.
90% of the time, and I've never, heard them say, "Well, we went through decades of all these viruses that we've had and came up with this."
Well, I guess it depends on where you're getting your news, Chris.
Well, CNN.
They've said it many times. And again, being handicapped doesn't preclude you from paying attention to the news, Chris.
Oh no, I'm not stating that. I'm stating that I sit quite a bit and watch TV, and I've never heard them once say, "Well, we've studied all these viruses that we came in contact with throughout the years, and this is how we came to the conclusion of this shot."
Right.
I've never once heard them say
So,
that.
hey, Chris, what happened to you, if you don't mind my asking?
Unfortunately, I have a disability. It's called arthrogryposis, which is the severest form of arthritis.
Jesus.
And so now the ability that I've had for so many years of walking the way that I've walked for so long now has eroded my pelvic hip away, and now it's worse, so now I can barely even walk.
Is this something that I've heard of this before, but I thought that it was congenital. I thought this was something that like people were born with. Is this something you developed as you got older, or you had it as a kid?
I was born this way.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, listen, best of luck to you, Chris. I appreciate the call, man.
No problem.
All right, thank you, pal. There's he called himself Crip Chris. Arthrogryposis. Yeah, that's no joke, man. That's like when you're born, if you've ever seen pictures of infants born with this, it can affect the facial features. It's babies that are born with these incredibly stiff joints, like they can't, and then it advances from there to the point where you end up with Chris, who is, in a wheelchair or whatever. Now, somebody did text me in the break when we were laughing over the word prolapse because we just think that's
you think it's funnier than I think everybody else does.
Fine,
I'm kind of horrified by it.
I will laugh as much as because the word's just funny to me.
Yeah, but have you seen one like this?
Of course, that's why it's funny. Well, it wouldn't be funny if it happened to me.
It's not funny to look at.
I'm saying the word is funny.
Okay.
Nobody's going to say prolapse around me, and I'm not going to chuckle. Now, given that, somebody did text me in the break and say, Alan, I will give Poundcake $25 right now if he can spell prolapse, and I believe that Poundcake can make himself $25 right here, because I believe that he can spell prolapse. I have given him no advance word on this. I've given him no advance preparation. So off the top of your head, if this person is true to their word, and they're just texting me, I can text them back your Venmo. If you can spell prolapse off the top of your head, you can make a sweet $25 right now.
Okay. PROLASPE.
He was so close. He was so close.
You were so close.
I thought you were going to do it. I had every confidence in you. Try it again. Now, this is you lost the $25, but try it again. Prolapse.
PROLAPSE.
There you go.
PSE. If only you had given it a second more thought.
Prolasp.
You could.
Now, that's a funny word.
I don't mind telling you,
Prolasp.
Prolasp is not going to make me laugh.
Oh, I think it's funnier.
There you go. Potato, potato.
It's going to remind me of Poundcake missing out on $25.
Yeah. Prolasp.
That's okay. I already get paid too much for this show.
Don't ever say that.
Don't tell them that. They
Don't
will.
say that publicly. Don't ever say that.
Keith Kennedy's going to come running down the hall and be like, deal.
Guys, you will not believe what I just heard on the Alan Cox Show. Poundcake said he gets paid too much. But don't we pay him hourly? Yes.
Not even just hourly. Minimum wage hourly.
Minimum wage hourly, yes. That's why I can't believe that he said it. And then management's going to go, Poundcake, why did you say that?
Because I'm stupid.
That's right, because I'm stupid.
Because I'm stupid.
I get paid too much. He's trying to be self-deprecating.
I was trying to make myself feel better for misspelling prolapse. Even when I got it right the second time.
Yeah.
So the knowledge was there.
It was the pressure. It was the pressure.
That's right.
It's fine. It's probably the monster.
Alan, SARS is a coronavirus. I work in the medical field. Coronavirus has been a diagnosis forever. Yes, that's what I was trying to impart to Chris. People need
I feel like I've heard that on the news a bunch of times.
Yeah,
especially when the vaccine was rolling out, and that was like the number one concern. Like, isn't this a little fast to have a vaccine? And they said that exact thing that you just said, where they have been working on coronaviruses for a long time. Everybody came together because of the pandemic level that we've hit to take everything that they already knew and apply it to this strain of coronavirus.
And that's why I say that anti-vaxxers will always move. They'll always change their argument, because some people go, well, they're not approved by the FDA. They gave them emergency approval, which is true, but they will be approved by the FDA. And then what will your excuse be? Because they will all be officially approved by the FDA, and then you have to come up with another excuse. It's not like they go, okay, they're approved, I'll go get them, because that was never really your concern at all.
And what's the problem with the emergency approval? Like, they're focusing on it because they go, it still passed all the requirements that it needed to pass to be distributed.
Yeah, listen, there's nothing that's going to go into the public that hasn't been studied.
Right.
And that might sound naive, but it's just true. You think they want to kill, I guess I was going to say, you think they want to kill half the population? There are people who believe that they want to kill. So you can't say no matter how stupid you sound, there will be a big group of people who go, yep, that sounds right to me.
But if they wanted to kill half the population, then they would just not come up with a vaccine. They would just do it.
People are already doing it to themselves by what they eat and what they, so.
They don't want there to be less of us. They like having, I don't know.
You can't kill
they need
your
consumers.
Yeah, you can't kill your customer base and think that that's going to.
But that's why there's also people that are, that's why there's so many of these conspiracy theorist people, because you can monetize it. If you watch the QAnon documentary, there's people that were making a good living, like a really good living, because they could go on YouTube and get millions of views because they would tap into that conspiracy theory lane, and then it gets you super popular. You start selling merch. Look at all the merch that goes into conspiracy theories. It's ridiculous.
Merch is where it's at.
If you can
2
move
turntables and a microphone. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, Alan.
What's going on, Jeff?
How's it going?
Good, man. What's up?
Hey, following up on that guy's call, my wife and I have been discussing this. She's in the medical field, and just so happens there was a CBS Sunday Morning story on the mRNA technology.
Yeah.
And it's been around for 15 years.
Yeah.
And the pharma companies didn't want to do anything with it, because if you take somebody with HIV or diabetes, you give them a shot and it's solved. The pharma companies aren't making any money off that. They want diabetic patients to get insulin on a regular basis and see doctors every.
Chris Rock said it 20 years ago. The money's in the medicine.
Right.
It's not that these things. It's not that these. It's not that the
Mm-hmm.
cures for these things are beyond the reach of science. It's that the companies who make the medicine. That's not conspiratorial at all. That's just the business model. They're like,
exactly.
Yeah, we can't come up with a cure for this stuff. The money's in the medicine.
Well, that's the same reason we can't get universal health care in America because these companies make so much more money in America versus other countries because you can jack up the prices because the insurance companies have to pay for it.
Yeah.
It's not
Exactly.
It's just ridiculous.
It is.
Listen,
So-
Jeff, I'm sorry, I interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say the bottom line is prolapse is still always going to be funny in any context. See, Jeff agrees.
It's hilarious.
Yeah, of course.
Thanks so much, man.
All right, thank you,
Bye,
Jeff.
Jeff.
There's Jeff out in Hudson. Thanks, pal. Alan, it reminds me of when Dwight Schrute, in front of the entire school, he misspelled the word failure. Is that something you remember from The Office?
Yes.
All right. Hey, Tim in North Royalton, what's going on?
No. So, well, I got real quick. Is Poundcake okay?
Is he okay? What do you mean?
Yeah, it sounded like he was falling asleep as he was like answering the phone and putting me through.
Poundcake, are you falling asleep while you're answering the phones?
He's actually quite the
jacked up,
opposite.
yeah.
We've all been drinking Monsters today. What do you?
I just told Bill, I said I should not have done that because I am bouncing off the wall. I forgot that I had a coffee ban, and that should go to energy drinks too. So no, sir, I am not falling asleep.
He does not have a cough ban on his podcast, however.
Sorry.
He will. Right, there's a coffee ban, not a.
Sorry.
Not
Man.
Oh, poor
It's my
Poundcake.
fault. I put it in there.
Yes,
It's my
it
fault.
is. Okay, go ahead, Tim.
I'm okay with masks because I feel like everybody is just more attractive with a mask on. Like you don't have to see
I'll tell you what.
funky
It has been fun to see people's faces again. But when it starts to get regular cold and flu season, if that's still a thing in the wintertime, I'll put a mask back on. I won't even think twice about it. Yeah.
Yeah, like not getting a cold this year was pretty awesome.
It's fantastic.
And also, I think we need to keep, like, for most interactions, social distancing, staying 6 feet apart from people is just fine. I can talk to you, I can hear you, because there's a lot of close talkers that have been waiting for restrictions to be lifted so that they can get close to you again. I don't need a close talk conversation. We can have some distance. I like that distance. Let's keep that one going too.
Agreed. And the thing with the close talkers is sometimes they don't have good breath.
I'd say more times than not.
Well, yeah, okay. Well, that's my point.
Yeah.
Like, I'm pro. I like it. That people look better. You don't have to smell them.
Let this be a lesson to you, everybody. Tim doesn't want to smell you or your breath. So give him 6 feet. Give him a wide berth. Thank you, Tim. And also, this is a good time for Bill to slip that info in because he's in Akron tonight.
Yep.
He's in Lakewood tomorrow. You can say hi to him from across the bar.
You can say hi. You can get.
Hey!
I don't mind if you come up and say hi to me and shake my. But like if we're having a conversation, we don't have to be right on top of each other. But that's not the majority of people. But there are people that are close talkers and hoverers, and they just they close in on your personal space. And it's like, man, let me have my bubble. Let me have my space. Would you like to sniff my testicles?
How are they going to do that, Bill, if they're standing farther than 6 feet away from you? How are they going to... What if they want to sniff your testicles? You can't do that socially distanced.
That's true, but I would rather... I don't think... If you really want to give them a sniff, you can get close for a little bit. Just don't hang out there.
Right. And don't drop your particles all over him either.
Bite off his penis.
Don't do that. I like my penis. Really.
Don't do that. Hey, Matt.
Penis is kind of a
Hey, how's it going?
It's those amateur lapses that I don't care for.
But like a penis is basically like a prolapsed vagina.
Get me out of this, Matt.
Poundcake asked earlier, he said, wait, am I going to have to get another shot? So I've got a friend in the medical field. She gets tested regularly, and before they ever came out with the vaccine, she actually tested positive on 2 separate occasions, about 6 months in between. That would suggest to me that the virus is mutating enough where it's becoming more of a flu shot type scenario than an actual vaccination. as opposed to like polio, measles, smallpox, something like that, where you actually get it and you're immunized and you know you'll never get the disease or virus.
And I think that they have copped to that for a while now. They're like, look, this is just going to be something that we're going to live with, and so there's probably going to be COVID season, or they talk about booster shots. Yeah, like people get a flu shot every year, and they're like, people will be getting COVID shots and whatever.
Yeah, and I think that's a big reason why a lot of people aren't getting it, is just the fact that, well, they don't see it as any more effective as getting a flu shot and preventing the flu. It's not like you get the shot, you never have to worry about it. I mean, they've even said, yeah, you can get it after the shot. It's just supposed to make the severity much less drastic. And as you were saying, it doesn't end up putting you in the hospital.
Well, but it also kind of goes to show you how celebrity culture has changed and kind of combined with how difficult it is to appeal to certain parts of the population. There was a photo that was going around social media about how with polio vaccines back in the day, where the polio vaccines, it took a long time to get people fully vaccinated as far as the population goes. And then remember Elvis Presley got his vaccine, and then everybody went out and did it because they were like, oh, if Elvis does it, then I guess it's fine. So they have TikTokers showing up at the White House now.
You got Olivia
whatever.
Rodrigo, right?
Right.
Taking the aviators picture with Joe Biden.
With Joe Biden. So you understand where they're coming
aviators.
from. But also, they make him look cool, Bill. Shut up. So, a cool grandpa.
They make him look like Weekend at Bernie's. It's not cool.
But my point is that, like, there isn't a singular celebrity now that could do that and exponentially raise the, you know what I mean? Other than Trump.
Yeah.
But even Trump,
Trump
he's
got the vaccine.
He got vaccinated, and his fans now are like, he's a New York liberal. I don't know. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate the call.
Did the Olivia Rodrigo, she didn't move the needle on that?
I don't know that she moved the needle on that. I think that was an opportunity for her to go to the White House and meet Kamala. And who wouldn't do that if you're a kid?
I could think of a lot of kids that would be like, I don't care about meeting Kamala.
You picture in the White House. I mean, she's not 11. She's like 19 years old. Do it for the gram. Alan, that's why I hate the club. You got to yell in somebody's ear to ask them if they're into prolapses. Yeah, that's true.
Are you into prolapses?
Are you into I said, are you into prolapses?
Yeah, I do. I try to swim like 5 laps.
No. What about prolapse? Are you into prolapse?
I mean, I'd say more amateur. I don't think I could go pro.
Prolapse, it's hard to be into them because they're so out. Prolapses are so out. But are you?
I'd put that on a t-shirt.
My prolapse is out. I'm out and proud. It's so hard to hear anybody in here.
A shirt that says prolapse, it's hard to be into them because they're so out.
My prolapse is out and proud. Throw that in for Pride Month next June. Get bumper stickers. You know, you're talking about merch. Let's get some Alan Cox Show merch going. How about
Whenever you're ready, man.
Honk if you're into prolapses. Bumper stickers. And then
honk if prolapse is funny.
Yeah. Honk if you laugh at prolapses. And then get the Alan Cox Show logo on there.
There's going to be like a league of prolapsed people that are going to come after this show. And this is how you get canceled because you think prolapse is so funny.
The prolapse community is...
They're sitting on their medical donuts.
Again, I would never laugh at anybody with a condition. I think the word is great. Prolapse.
I think it's a slippery slope, though.
Well, I just think...
Because even if you just think the word is funny, like there's funny words that I know that I can't say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
You don't necessarily use them.
Well, we're gonna on that merch. How about that? We'll start working on some prolapse merch.
Any designers out there?
Yeah, there you go.
If you can make all the letters look like they're made from prolapses.
Mm-hmm. Alan, I agree with Tim about masks making people look more attractive. Unfortunately, I already had an abnormal attraction to Katana and Melina from Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
Now I get a Woody every time I see an average-looking woman in a mask.
But
how do you know what she looks like with a mask on?
It accentuates the eyes. If you're an eye guy,
right,
then that's good. Big year for lashes.
I guess it really was.
There's already someone just sent me prolapse merchandise. Got prolapse. Hashtag prolapse.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
You shouldn't prolapse your anus.
Well, now we're just getting into...
I hope you brought enough prolapse for everyone.
All right, let me take a break here. If you're trying to get yourself $1,000, you will be in luck in about 20 minutes. 4:30, I'll have the next keyword for you. You can go fund yourself, and I'll have $1,000 to give away. After this break, those POD tickets, you get the last pair of those this week. They're going to do a show at the House of Blues the end of September, so hang around for those. 35192 if you want to text for anything else.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere.
Tuesday night, September the 28th at the House of Blues downtown. LiveNation.com will have whatever further info you need. I'll give you the last pair of tickets here this week, so good luck. Make it count. 2 for POD. I'm not sure who's with them, but they are a great live band. So caller 10, these tickets are yours. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Our apologies to second shifters.
All right, here we go, everybody. Let's get to work.
This is no way to start your day.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Another $1,000 for you in about 8 or 9 minutes. 4:30 will be the next chance for you to go fund yourself. I'll have a keyword for you here in a few minutes. You know, around the office, or if people are in the office, but it's kind of a workplace cliche, you know, come Friday, people will go, hey, is it the weekend yet? You know, kind of a glad handing and backslapping. And around here, we know that it's not the weekend yet because the Bill Squire Friday Get Down hasn't happened. That's how we know that it is. That's why here at iHeart Cleveland, that question is never, ever asked. Is it the weekend? It's blasphemous because people go, did you hear the Bill Squire Friday Get Down yet? And they go, no. Okay, then it's not the weekend, is it? So we can dispense with all those pleasantries. A lot of people are sending me the article that Canada is going to open the border for fully vaccinated Americans next month. And I had tickets to see the Deftones in Toronto next month, but I put the tickets up for sale because I had no assurance that the border would be open. And I figured I would have to eat those tickets because I'm like, Americans can't buy them from me because they can't get up there, so I'd have to sell them to people in Toronto. The same day that they announced, so I put the tickets up for sale on the Ticketmaster app, and I get an email saying that somebody bought them. The day that they postponed the show for May of next year. So I'm like, I could have held on to them and still gone.
Did you get your money back?
I did get my money, yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I sold them for $100 a pop because I was trying to figure in the taxes or the service fees and the exchange rate. So, because I didn't pay that much for them. I didn't pay $100 a pop, but I sold them for that.
But you made back the money that you
made back the money. I'm just trying to break even when I sell tickets.
Yeah.
Somebody bought them the day that they kicked the show to May of next year.
Well, no, you have money to buy even better tickets.
There you go.
Or maybe they'll come here.
Maybe they will. A lot can happen between then and now. What else? Oh, the Indians are playing tonight. The All-Star break is over, and they're back on the field in Oakland to play the A's. So it's West Coast. 9:40 first pitch tonight here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. If you are around but not near the radio, you can always listen to the Tribe game on the app. 9:40 tonight, and then they'll do a series against the Astros in Houston, and then they'll come back home next Thursday to play the Tampa Bay Rays. Full attendance now at Progressive Field. I've been told by the vendors over there that they're going to be fully staffed with vendors as of the next homestand as well. If you listen to the show on iHeartRadio from outside Ohio, tell me where. Marie is a new listener in Wampum, Pennsylvania, which is about 20 minutes from the Ohio border. It's about. I lived in Pittsburgh for the better part of 8 years, and I had never heard of Wampum, Pennsylvania. It's a tiny town. It's about an hour north of Pittsburgh. Never heard of Wampum. But she's there listening, so thank you. And, of course, we heard from RJ, who listens in Philadelphia.
We're also 1 week away from the release of Bam Bam, my new album. You can pre-order it now.
You've got a new album coming out?
I do have a new album coming out.
Oh, come on.
And it comes out next Friday. You can pre-order now at BillSquire.com. Appreciate those because I got my car back today. Cost me $1,000.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah. What did they? That's more, I bet, than you thought it was going to cost.
It was about what I thought it was going to cost.
Really?
Because there was a lot of like little things, so it was not like once one thing went wrong.
Oh, they took care of everything.
They took care of everything.
Yeah, I
like
see.
and so it's.
And I certainly hope so for $1,000.
For $1,000, yeah. So now, if there's one thing that goes wrong, in the next few months, I'm taking it right back there. You're like, I don't care if the transmission falls out. I'm going to be like, this is your fault. Fix it for free.
Yeah, you guys fixed a bunch of things. At least one of them has got to be connected to my current problems.
Yeah. Sometimes when you get those bills, you're like, man, I should have been a mechanic. They just know how to make money.
Well, yeah, because the parts cost nothing.
Right. It's the labor. Yeah. The labor's like $60 an hour.
Well, listen, there are plenty of people, and I'm not among them. I can do a couple of things, but there are plenty of people. My dad was one of those guys. It didn't matter what was going on. He could fix it.
If I had the time, like, I could, but it's also like, I live in a condo.
Yeah,
I don't have like a garage where I can like tinker around and things. Like even just changing the spark plugs, like the maintenance guys come over and they're like, "What you working on?" Because like you never see anybody doing anything like that in my. So
right.
I'd change the spark plugs real quick, and that was fine. But it's one of those things where, like, if I have to take everything apart, there's nowhere to put everything.
If you're on a dolly underneath the car,
right.
You put it up
like,
on a lift in your condo parking garage?
Yeah, I used to do a lot of maintenance. When I was on the road, I would do pretty much all my own car maintenance. Like I'd change the brakes, I would do all the oil changes, all that stuff, because it's not super hard to do.
And a lot cheaper.
And it's a lot cheaper, and especially because I had to do things more often than other people because of the miles I was putting on my car. So yeah. I was always pretty fastidious about keeping those little things from becoming big things. And even then, you'd still have
Your what?
I'm trying to think of the thing that the converter.
Catalytic converter?
Not the catalytic. I had a problem with that one on my Taurus.
Got stolen?
No, it didn't get stolen. It fell out. Like it rusted and just like.
It fell out.
Yeah.
I didn't know catalytic converters were still something that was being stolen, but I guess they are.
Yeah, they're being stolen a lot.
Yeah.
Because they're like they're expensive. Like you can get good money for recycling them. And I hear like scrap yards, there's like undercover stings that they're going.
Yeah, black market converters.
Yeah, they're going. They're telling thieves which ones have the best resale value. So go target these cars.
Right. Well, and if you've ever been around a car that is that's catalytic converters no good anymore in it, and they're like, I'll just wait a little bit. It sounds like an airplane is driving around and. It's awful. And if more people, those businesses wouldn't be able to do that kind of black market business if more people learned how to convert their catalytics.
Oh, the alternator, that went out.
On their own. Oh, the alternator went out.
Yeah, the alternator went out on one of my cars when I was driving through Indiana.
Yeah, so that's a problem.
Yeah, that's a problem, but I was able to, because I, like, especially, I mean, I have AAA now, but I had, like, the best AAA where they show up, lickety-split, got my car to a shop, they changed it out in like an hour, and then I was back on the road, and I got to the gig I was going to as like it was starting. They're like calling me, they're like, where are you? When are you going to be here? And I'm like, I will be there right when the show starts. And
You're
so
like,
I walked like in,
through the curtain,
threw
and
my
they hand
jeans
you
on, went down and started telling jokes, and it was not my best set.
Hey, everybody, what's going on?
Because it broke down in Indiana. My show was in South Dakota.
Wow.
So I drove that whole...
Those two states are not adjacent.
Not close. And but I left like super early in the morning because I had planned to get there. I had left so that I would get there probably like 4 or 5 in the afternoon so I could take a nap before the show started at like 10. But because of the delay with the alternator, it was literally a photo finish of me getting to the show.
I remember many years ago before I was making any money, I was broke, I had an awful car, the usual stuff. I could only afford AA. And boy, they cover barely anything. You know how I'd break down on the side of the road and I'd call AA and they'd be like, we can't pick you up. And I go, well, don't you guys like do a tow? Nope. I go, well, what do you guys, what am I paying for? They're like, wiper fluid.
Jason was telling me a story last week when he was on vacation. They went on like a little tour of the Midwest cities. They went to Detroit and Chicago and Milwaukee. But on the way out, his car got a flat tire.
Wasn't even out of the state yet.
Yeah. And he was just going to have them tow it to Detroit and take care of it there. But they couldn't tow. Like his wife was going to sit in the front seat of in the tow truck, and he was going to stay in the car with the dogs. And like, oh, no, you can't do that. But I didn't want to tell him at the time. I've done that.
I didn't think, when he was telling that story, I didn't think any tow company let you sit in your car.
Yeah.
No, they don't.
Back
but-
in the day, they used to do, but I can't. I've never seen that anymore.
So one time I had to it was me and my friend and his girlfriend. We went to see a show at a bar in Pittsburgh, and he drove this crappy van, and it broke down on the way home, and so we had to get it towed back to Cleveland. And on the way back, they're like, "Well, you're not allowed to sit in the van," and we're like, "What if we give you $50?" And they go, "Get in." And so that me and his girlfriend sat in the van while he sat in the front and talked to this dude, and we just like took a nap in the back of his van. He's like, "Just keep your head down." I'm like, the van had curtains on. It was like an old conversion van, so we just stayed out of sight. No problem.
Bill's catalytic converter prolapsed, and his alternator prolapsed in Indiana. Oh boy, there's a lot going on.
Yeah,
there.
that was a stressful day.
Yeah. Hey, let me give you some money here. This is $1,000. This is just what Bill kicked out for his car. So if he were eligible to win this, he'd be even. He's not, but you are. Maybe you find yourself in a similar vehicular pickle. So good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword HOPE to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's HOPE to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself. From 100.7 WMMS.
So somebody sent me, I didn't see it, but somebody sent me the slideshow that clevelandscene.com has right now of Cleveland celebrities who are available on Cameo. Have you gone through this?
No. This is on Cleveland Scene?
Clevelandscene.com. 42 Cleveland celebrities and athletes who are available on Cameo. And it's basically, they sent it to me because I'm on there. It's basically me and Mary and a bunch of athletes.
Man, come on, Cleveland Scene. Again, I get snubbed. I'm on there.
You do get snubbed a lot.
They did just do an article on me, but I was, I'm on Cameo.
Bernie Kosar will cost you $235 on Cameo. I cost $30. As a, some of these guys, I don't even know who they are. But people who were born and raised here, I'm sure they would. Carlos Baerga, who used to play for the Tribe, he costs the same as me.
Is Misney on there?
I didn't know. Literally, it's me and Mary and a bunch of athletes. Shane Bieber will cost you $95. Bone Thug, Crazy Bone.
Yeah.
Any of the guys from Bone Thugs. About $125 for them. Ernie Clement. I don't know who that is. Is he currently with the Indians?
No.
Okay. This is unfortunate. It says Jim Brown, but it's a picture of Josh Cribbs. But Jim Brown will cost you $599. I don't know, how, with all due respect, Jim Brown is kind of more highly regarded among the older Cleveland sports fans. I'm not sure how many 65 and up Browns fans are going to kick out $600 for a cameo, but yeah, that is a picture of Josh Cribbs for Jim Brown.
Yikes.
Rajay Davis, he used to play for the Tribe. Mm-hmm. He'll cost you $30. Angel Gray, she's a sideline reporter for the Cavs. She's cute.
And she's good.
Is she good?
She's very good.
Steve Harvey.
He's on Cameo. He got paper.
Of course, that's how you get more paper. This guy has never said no to anything. That's part of his allure and his appeal. $750, by the way, for Steve Harvey. Anne Heche.
But are any of them doing a get down?
What's that?
Like if you get a cameo from Bill Squire, you get a get down, a personalized
get down. That's why I thought all three of us would be on here.
Anne Heche is from Ohio?
Well, it says Anne Heche was. That's why they're stretching this list a little thin. Maybe they shot a little high with 42 people. Maybe they should have kept it to 20.
30?
Anne Heche was born in Aurora and lived here until she was 12.
The Josh Cribbs one's very funny.
So Anne Heche cost you $100. So yeah, born here, lived here for a little while. Hugh Jackson.
Oh, yeah, that's the one you want.
Hey, guys, don't feel bad about losing your game. You know, you get Hugh Jackson for like your kid's Little League team or something. Guys, don't feel bad about losing. I made a career out of it. Hugh Jackson will cost you $65 on Cameo. There's Jim Brown. $599. Again, that's a price point for people who don't want to do cameos. They go, I don't really want to do these, but if somebody wants to give me $600, I'll do it. Daniel Johnson with the Indians.
The Miz.
Jason Kipnis, former Cleveland Indian, cost you $100. Corey Kluber's on there. Jerry the King Lawler. They said he wasn't born in Cleveland. See, this is why they really stretched this thin. Wasn't born in Cleveland, but he spent a good chunk of his childhood in Amherst. So there you go. There's $300. Kenny Lofton, just a bunch of other people. So it's a bunch of athletes.
Think about
some of whom you've
heard of.
They
put Torian Prince twice, and I didn't even get in there.
There's
Joe Thomas. That's a good one.
The Miz. Yeah, Joe Thomas is great.
$173.
There you go.
He was number 73.
David Njoku, $200. Jake Paul, $1,000.
David Wayne.
Yeah. So I just thought that was funny. They probably could have kept it to 20, and it would have been fine, because what you end up with is like, oh, they lived here for a couple of minutes, and
someone called in.
I'm not from here. I shouldn't even be on the list. Somebody what?
Someone called in and was like, why isn't Alan Freed on that list? I said, for Cameo? He said, yeah.
I'm sure they were joking.
No, he wasn't. He was serious. He was like, oh, I must have misunderstood. I'm like, that was the whole point of you reading off
Wait,
people.
what? Alan Freed
he was like,
has been dead a long time.
That's what I said. And he was like, oh. He was like, does that matter? I said, yeah, these are currently people that you can get on Cameo.
Oh, maybe they misunderstood what Cameo was.
Don't know Cameo.
Are you sure he wasn't saying, why isn't Alan free?
No.
Oh, okay.
Alan,
that would be a better question. Why are you charging anything?
They were like, they should have Alan Freed on there.
Where's Abraham Lincoln? Wasn't he on there?
But Frederick Douglass. A lot of people are talking about him these days. Mary Santora, $20. Michael Simon costs you $150 if you want a cameo from Michael Simon. So, yeah, a lot of athletes. But whoever sent me that, thank you, because I hadn't seen it. And maybe next time, because what happens is they list Jim Brown twice, but one of the pictures is Josh Cribbs, and the other one is actually Jim Brown. So it actually doesn't tell you. Josh Cribbs is the one really getting screwed here, because it doesn't tell you how much he costs. I guess you go look him up. But, I'd like to see Dick from Dayton on there, quite frankly. We would need to tell him first what Cameo was.
Get him a smartphone.
Get him a smartphone.
Teach him how to use it. I feel like, that would be tough. That'd be tough to do.
I think that they
play
should
some banjo for you.
Yeah, they should create Cameo for flip phones.
It'd be the longest cameos ever, like 28-minute cameos where he just goes through all his predictions for the Browns over the next 30 years.
Alan Jerry Lawler is a hardcore Indians and Browns fan.
Yeah, I know he's...
Yeah, no, I don't doubt it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, I wouldn't be on a list of Chicago celebrities because I'm a White Sox fan. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's the difference between Cleveland and Chicago.
I guess so.
Chicago is rife with celebrities. Cleveland...
It's not, though. Chicago's not rife with celebrities.
I mean, not currently living there, but people from Chicago, there's a lot.
I guess. Well, no, sure, there are, but...
And with ties to Chicago, because so many actors and comedians went through there on their way to the top.
T.J. Miller.
Well, like Bill Murray.
Yeah.
He's a Chicago guy, right?
Yeah, sure.
Vince Vaughn.
Yeah.
And that's all.
Yeah.
But even like, doesn't Tina Fey have ties to Chicago and Amy
Poehler? They were with Second City.
Right.
I mean, yeah, a lot of those people passed through for a couple of years.
In these situations, they'll,
Is that what it is?
I think so.
Yeah.
They'll find a tenuous connection and be like, hey, there you go.
Anne Heche, born in Aurora, lived there until she was 12.
Yeah.
I mean, that's 12 years.
It's about how long you've lived here.
About how long? Be 12 years for me this Christmas. So, boy, if you've got money to spend, you can get Tito Francona on the thing, right? Who wouldn't love? We haven't seen Tito in the flesh around these parts
since
in a long time, since he got here. He has. I ran into perhaps him. I wasn't a good host.
There was a picture taking thing at a T-Mobile appearance that I was doing, so I got to see him again then. And then we talked with him a little bit when we would do, like, I don't think he came on the show, though, when we were in Arizona. I miss going to Arizona. We should go back to Arizona.
We can go anytime. We can go do the show from Arizona.
Like
you mean from Indians training camp?
I like when the Indians pay for us to go to Arizona.
Oh, well, that's different, too.
I like when anybody pays for us to go do anything. That's fun.
Yeah, that's a good time. Okay, I got a break. If you want to get a text 35192 to do that, you can watch live if you want at alancoxshow.com, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS. 1007 or 800-348-1007.
35192 if you want to text for anything. AlanCoxShow.com. Watch the live stream there. Thank you to Corley Hunkschnagel. Is that the same name as from before? What is it? Sound like I'm just saying that name for the first time.
Well,
I did say it before.
That was the same name. Yeah.
All right, same name. Tribe game tonight, 9:40. They are back on the field in Oakland to play the A's. I'll be back here at home on Thursday to play the Tampa Bay Rays. So 9:40 is your first pitch with Hammy and Rosie and the whole Hee Haw gang tonight here on MMS. Hey, Drunk Sue.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, I kind of feel bad for them people that's only making like $135 or however much they're making to be on that, you were just talking about?
On Cameo.
Cameo, yeah, that's it.
Okay.
You feel bad for him?
I'm making lots more money than that.
In a 3-minute video?
How so?
Yeah, because they're paying me not to be in it.
Okay. And how much do you get
Remember when I told you a long time ago I made a lot of money being a stripper because they paid me to put my clothes back on?
Right. You were you made money to be a clother, not a stripper, right?
Yes, exactly. That's the analogy I was trying to get you to.
There you go. So how much are they paying you to not do a cameo for them?
Well, I haven't got any phone calls yet.
Okay. That's not how it works, but I understand what you're talking about. Makes sense. What else is going on, Sue?
No, nothing much. Nothing much.
You got big plans for the weekend?
Why? What's this weekend?
I'm asking you. Yeah.
Yes, it is Saturday.
I know every day is kind of the weekend for you, but have you got plans? Have you got plans for tomorrow or Sunday?
No, I do not.
No. Okay.
You know what I like? Staying right here inside of my home crib.
No, I understand. Yep. You don't have to sell me on that.
Home.
Yep.
Yeah. We did go out last Saturday for our niece's graduation party.
Okay, and how was that?
It was great. It was great. We took the little dog with us.
Okay.
The little rescue dog.
Yeah.
I told you his name is Dude.
You have a rescue dog named Dude.
Yeah.
Okay. What kind of dog?
I can't help it. He answers to that.
What kind of dog is that?
He's like a terrier something.
Yeah. He's a mutt.
Yeah.
Okay.
We didn't want him. We did not want him, dude.
Mm-hmm.
We did not want him. Pardon that, but yeah, I sat on the front porch for hours hoping somebody would come by and pick him up, but nobody did.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, you know what they say. Who really rescued who? Whom? Whom? Whom?
You know that's true too. That's true too.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Sue. Enjoy the weekend. All right.
All right. Love you guys.
All right.
Sue.
Love you too. There's Drunk Sue checking in for
Sue.
Do appreciate her checking in, although
I always like to know what she's up to.
Not necessarily. I guess it was stupid of me to ask if she had plans for the weekend, because every day is.
Yeah, she kind of lives her life.
It's like a vacation for
She lives at 1 4 Loco at a time.
I was reading about this guy in Florida, the Ohio of the South, who got arrested after he was found beating up an alligator in the middle of the street at 3 a.m. If you need a snapshot of life in Florida, it's a guy, shirtless, all scratched up, beating up an alligator in Daytona Beach. He was trying to first throw it on top of a building, and then that failed. And so then he slammed it to the ground and started beating it up. And when the cops pulled up on him to ask what was going on, he said he was trying to teach the alligator a lesson.
Trying to stop Loki.
Right. Maybe he's one of the Loki variants. And what lesson do you think he was trying to teach the alligator, by the way? I don't know if they asked him this. What lesson are you trying, be like, I'm going to teach you a lesson. And you usually know what they mean, but we can't assume that.
Maybe the later was too long. He said, see you later, alligator. And then the alligator was making that later way too long to even be later.
Possibly. That's certainly one possibility.
I think so.
He had stolen the alligator from an enclosure, which was a miniature golf course, because in Florida they have gators in every aspect of life. So even a miniature golf course is going to have alligators. And he stole it from that and then was trying to teach the alligator a lesson when he was arrested. So, again, we have to at least allow for the fact that he was literally trying to teach the gator a lesson. Don't know what that was. I'd like more information on that. Maybe organic chemistry. Is there a chance that this guy could be trying to teach an alligator organic chemistry? Like aromatic compounds? Did you ever have to study that in college?
Who are you asking?
You, anyone. Organic chemistry, you ever take?
I didn't get past biology, man.
Maybe he was
asking the wrong person.
If you've ever tried
I barely know what an alligator is,
or how it's different from a crocodile.
Right. Crocodiles have the pointier teeth.
Something.
They're on the outside, I think.
There you go. Their teeth are on the outside.
Well, you can see their teeth. If their mouth is closed, you can see a crocodile's teeth. I believe an alligator, you can't see their teeth.
Well, I
learned that from a field trip.
It's not beyond the realm of possibility that he was trying to teach the alligator organic chemistry.
I
looks like a tweet.
Doubt it. Yeah.
If you ever forget people, if you've ever tried to teach an alligator how to name, benzene derivatives, it is not easy to do. So perhaps we should find out what he was trying to teach this alligator and then go from there, rather than just assuming that he's some crazy guy who's beating up an alligator in the middle of the street. Maybe ask this guy a few more questions. Speaking of which, I didn't know that they had new Jackass people. They have some new guy in the Jackass crew. Maybe some of the other guys are aging out. I think Johnny Knoxville now is kind of like the figurehead of Jackass, but he's not still.
I think he's doing
jumping
stunts, though.
Is he?
Because they haven't.
Guy's like 60 years old.
He's 50-something, a little older than you. But that's the whole brand. I'm not going to show up to the movie if Johnny Knoxville's not getting hurt. He can't just be out there. He's going to get hurt.
Living life.
Oh yeah, he's a couple months older than me. He's 50. He let his hair go gray, the whole thing. Yeah. That's my point. But they got some new guy, and he was Sean Poopies McInerney. His nickname's Poopies. I'll leave you to speculate how he got that name. And he got a little emotional because he did that Shark Week special, and he said he almost died. I wonder if this was a hazing ritual to get it, like when blood in, blood out. If you want to get into like the Bloods or the Crips or the Latin Kings.
Yeah, you can't.
Or the Gangster Disciples.
You can't just show up and be part of Jackass. You got to earn your stripes.
Yeah. And Poopies got a little upset when he was talking about that Shark Week special.
I told my driver to go 10 miles an hour, but I think we went a little too slow. And I launched 4 to 5 feet into the shark pit. And when I landed in that shark pit, I thought I was gonna die. I was trying to swim out, and I couldn't swim out, dude. I knew I got bit. And right when I got bit, dude, I thought I was gonna get attacked by 6 more sharks. And luckily I didn't. Scariest thing in my life. And I kind of lifted it up, and right when I lifted it up, it freaking fell over. And that's when I knew I was in trouble. And that's when I knew that I was probably gonna die right now. But luckily I didn't. So I go straight to the hospital. Dude, they unwrap this towel, and all of a sudden everything starts squirting everywhere.
Oh boy.
Ugh.
Everything starts squirting everywhere.
Yeah, I saw that stunt that he did. He tried to jump the shark. He tried to do a Fonzie. And he
Is that what it was?
Yeah, and he just ends up surrounded by sharks. Probably not the smartest thing to do, but that I think that's a good way to prove yourself. and endear yourself to the Jackass fans.
I guess so. I just didn't realize that they were still inaugurating new guys.
Well, they got to replace some guys because you have some guys that probably can't do it anymore.
Yeah, they're aging out.
You got Bam that, I don't think he's healthy enough to do anything.
He's in
like
no
that.
shape to do anything.
So I feel like I don't think anyone's aging out. I think they are either maturing out or they are unable to do it for other reasons like Bam.
Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, not that you're too old, just you've been doing it. This guy's been doing it for 25 years, right?
But there's something.
Pretty much.
Steve-O still goes hard on this stuff because he started with the Big Brother videos, him and Johnny Knoxville, and then Jackass started around 2000.
Yeah.
And there's the CKY2K videos and stuff like that. But
Steve-O's still doing it.
Yeah, Steve-O's still
He's
doing it.
He's pushing 50
at a pretty high level too, because
Yeah.
he's not just doing Jackass stuff. He's doing his own stunts, and then he tours showing the stunts and telling stories about trying to do the stunts. So I give him a ton of credit for just still putting himself out there
Still doing
on
it.
a regular basis.
Well, Poopies. Poopies.
What's his backstory? Is he like...
Maybe he pooped himself a lot or something.
How did they come to Poopies and not like a Jake Paul or something like that? One of these other people doing dumb stunts out there.
I think those other guys are making too much money.
Yeah.
Poopies probably needs some money.
He needs some exposure.
There are 3 new Jackass members for the new film, Jackass 4. It's going to be Poopies, who Steve-O says is royalty in the world of surfing, this Sean McInerney guy.
Okay.
And then they got Zach Holmes, who is a new dude. Zach Holmes. And some kid named Jasper. Or I don't know what. It's like the new generation that, when the old superhero passes the torch to the young guy.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing there. They want to keep that Jackass franchise going as long as they possibly can. So Jackass 4, which is going to be out mid-October, is going to have these new dudes in it.
It's called what? Jackass Forever?
Jackass. I think it's just called Jackass 4.
I thought it was Jackass Forever.
As long as, what's the guy's name? Preston
Lacey?
Preston Lacey, as long as he's in it. Jasper Dolphin, who is a sketch comedy guy.
I have to look up these guys because they're hot. I remember there was one time.
Well, it's great. This way, you've already got a farm team with all the YouTubers doing goofy stunts.
Yeah.
Who grew up on Jackass and were like, ooh, now I'm getting called up to the big show.
Right, but then they're already making a lot of money.
Yes,
so
they are.
Ooh,
Yeah. But Jackass, the franchise benefits from these young dudes bringing their audience over.
Yeah.
So that whole thing is going on.
Wee Man still? That's nice.
Wee Man! But
I like the silly ones. Like the getting hurt ones are, I mean, there's some funny ones. There's some that are real cringe. But like the silly ones, like Wee Man dressed like an Oompa Loompa just running down the street. Like, it's so simple and stupid, but it makes me laugh.
The one where they're walking around the corner and the giant hand swings out and smacks him in the face. It's so funny, but I'm like, how do these guys not have skull fractures at every, Jesus. CTE. None of these Jackass guys are killing themselves over CTE, like these NFL players. And they're taking repeated blows to the head.
Yeah.
The puke helmet. I mean,
there's so many tough moments.
Again, I didn't get into the Jackass TV show, but I was like, well, I'll go see the movies because it's condensed into 90 minutes. And I remember, I think Jackass 2 had come out right when I had moved back to Chicago. And I didn't even have an apartment yet. They were still putting me up in like corporate housing or whatever. And there was a movie theater up the street. And I called a couple friends of mine that I'm back in town. I'm living here again. And let's go see the movie. So we go to Jackass 2. It was like 2 p.m. There's nobody else in there. I pissed myself. I was laughing so hard. I'm like, I got to go back and watch the show. Or, I was laughing so hard because I felt I went into it kind of cold, which was good for those movies because I'm like 90 minutes and I'm out. I'm not going to watch hours upon hours of these episodes. But condensed was just enough for me.
Right, but there's not even like hours, and I feel like there was like 2 seasons of the show, and each episode was like 20 minutes.
Really? I thought it was like 10 seasons of Jackass.
Me too. It seemed like it lasts forever.
Oh, okay.
I feel like it was like maybe, because they did maybe 3 or 4, but it was not that many, because then they started doing the movies pretty quick after that, and once they started doing the movies, they never went back to the TV show, because they were making more money doing the movie thing rather than just doing it episodically. And a lot of the footage that they used for the Jackass TV show was shot before, and then they just turned it into these episodes.
Okay. Well, anyway, Poopies is one of the new guys here, and he had a tough time with the sharks. By the way, I was reading an article about how shark advocates, which didn't even know was a thing, but I guess if I thought about it, it would have made sense. Shark advocates, they don't like the term shark attack. They want to rebrand shark attacks as shark interactions.
I don't know about that's a great.
Well, because their point is, look, we're in their environment, right? We're having interactions with sharks, but we're the ones in the water jumping around. So if a shark attacks you, they're like, let's call them shark interactions.
I think you need the attack, though, because you have to keep people. If you say shark interactions, it sounds like the shark is excited that you're there and is going to treat you with some respect. You have to stay afraid of sharks. So I think shark attack is you need to keep people scared of sharks so they don't do stupid things.
Well, this guy says shark attack is not correct because he said the majority of what happens are people get nipped or minor injuries from smaller sharks. But to me, sure, there are degrees of size of any animal, but a shark is a shark. To me, if a shark bumped up next to me, I'd be like, I got to get out of here.
Yeah, you can call that an interaction. That's not an attack. A shark attack is not any time you see a shark. A shark attack is if a shark takes your limb off or something.
Oh, a limb.
Yeah.
Not if it nips at you or takes a toe.
It takes
what's
like a serious injury.
So what's the minimum amount of carnage that has to take place before
I would say if it requires stitches, it's a shark attack.
Stitches?
Yes.
Okay. Because I was reading about a drunk guy who got killed by a shark because he went into and again, this goes back to why I don't pee in pools. This guy, you're not going to run into a shark in a pool, I get it. But this guy walked into the ocean to have a whiz, and a shark killed him. This guy was drunk going out to relieve himself in the sea, and a shark kills him. Now, if you're willing to pee in a pool, you will reflexively go pee into a larger body of water because you rightfully think, well, this isn't going to do anything to the ecosystem. I'm one guy having a whiz in the sea.
It's not going to do anything, but I think it's also, does urine attract sharks? Or this is just bad timing?
I don't think the implication was that it attracted the shark, but he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Maybe there was blood in his pee. Maybe he wasn't even he wasn't even aware he had a urinary condition, and it just so happened that before he could be properly diagnosed, he was relieved of his life by the shark.
A shark interaction ends in man being relieved of his life.
That's right. We don't want to call that a shark attack. Yeah. We want to call that a fatal shark interaction. An FSI.
A urination mishap leads to a man dying of shark interaction.
That's right. I certainly hope that if I'm swimming and a shark mistakes some dangling part of my body for a fish, I certainly hope it's a hand or a foot, because that's what they say. They say that sharks, a lot of shark interactions, when someone's swimming, they mistake parts of that person's body for a fish.
Or
yeah, so that's
like
why
surfers get attacked because it looks like a seal from underneath.
Yeah, that's why I'm also anti-skinny dipping.
Oh,
I don't want to be in there and have the shark mistake some part of my body for a fish.
Would you skinny dip in a pool?
Yeah, I'd skinny dip in a pool.
All right,
but then I'd have to get out and pee in it.
But
pee out of it.
Nope. Because you said one of the reasons you don't want to pee in a pool is because you don't like the sensation of feeling like you're peeing your pants.
Mm-hmm.
If there are no pants, that sensation will not be happening. Therefore, if you are skinny dipping in a pool, you should pee in the pool.
I think I might.
There we go.
I think that might be.
Found it.
I think that might be my loophole. If I were naked in a pool, I think I'd be more likely to pee in it. Yes. And if there were no other people in the pool. Again, when you're in a pool with a bunch of people, I'm like, because people will also make the argument, well, everybody else is peeing, why not you? You're swimming in their pee. I'm like, okay, it's just a personal choice. Like, I can't believe you're shaming me for not pissing in a pool. I'm not that guy.
That's how you can tell society's healing.
that you're being shamed for not peeing on other people.
Come on, be gross again.
Yeah.
We had to pee sterile for all of 2020 and most of 2021. Come pee in the pool with us.
I'm going to need your urine pool to stay a solid 6 feet away from me. Thank you very much. No, it's but you might have stumbled onto something there. If I were naked in a pool with one other person, I don't know about a group skinny dip. I might be more inclined. I'm not saying I would, but I would be definitely more inclined to do that.
Nasty.
Because I wouldn't have the sensation of what?
You're just disgusting. Ugh, I can't believe you would do that. Barbarian.
Yeah, maybe so.
Alan pees in pools, gross.
The fact that you even consider that, like, what do you think?
We're all joking, and here you are peeing in a pool.
It's a
naked.
nice, classy establishment.
You're not even filtering it.
You tricked me. Oh no!
Nice resort. You know, they take so much time to clean the pool because nasty people, you know, leave their Band-Aids and their little open cuts in there. And you want to pee? You want to pee?
Isn't
little kids swim in that water?
Isn't the pee supposed to be good for the cuts?
Nah, that's what they tell you. Try to make people like you feel bad.
That's what peers tell you.
Yeah.
How'd you feel? Nora's just taking a swim, and she's just getting a mouthful of pee. That's not cool.
A mouthful of pee. We're not swimming in a pool of pee.
You don't know that. All the other people probably think like you.
because all you guys are peeing in the pool.
I never said that.
We were joking.
I'm team not pee in the pool.
We were joking about it, but then you said you'd pee in a pool if you weren't wearing a swimsuit.
You tricked me.
Yep.
You tricked
Said
me.
if there was one other person. It only takes one other person.
I fell prey to the... So clever, too. Okay, I've got to take a break, and I'll have that last pair of tickets for you to see Seven Dust, who are coming back to do a show this fall, September 7th. They're going to play the Agora with Mark Tremonti's band. So those, another $1,000 for you on the way at 5:30. Next chance for you to go fund yourself. And we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show
On iHeartRadio.
Escape Room Tournament of Champions.
with Tremonti, and Lydia Can't Breathe from Florida. All three of them, Tuesday, September the 7th at the world-famous Agora, agoracleveland.com if you need any further details, tickets, whatever. This pair of tickets here for you. Call 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 to grab them. Or 800-348-1007.
One of life's most pressing questions.
What do I like about Alan Cox?
Finally answered.
All right, I don't like much about you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
35192 on a text. I'll have another $1,000 for you in 8 minutes. It's going to be the next chance for you to go fund yourself. So 5:30 and then 6:30 before we get out of here. The next two chances to grab some of that money. Next week on the show, I will have tickets for you for that Flogging Molly show. Mentioned it a couple of weeks ago. They're going to play 9/11 at Jacobs Pavilion at Nautica, the 20th anniversary of 9/11. Well, 9/11's been around a long time. September 11th, as long as calendars have existed, that's been around. But the 20th anniversary of the World Trade Center attacks on September 11th are this year. Coincidentally, Flogging Molly is doing a show. They're on tour with Violent Femmes, Me First and the Gimme Gimmes, and a band called Thick that I told you about. Three girls doing really good punk rock out of Brooklyn. So, tickets for that show next week, and I'll have tickets for Candlebox for you as well. Remember Candlebox?
Yeah.
They had a pretty good summer 25 years ago. Candlebox is going to do the House of Blues in September. So, those shows, if you want to get to either of them, I'll have for you next week. Okay, so let me lay this out for you.
All right.
We were talking about that guy who was having an affair with multiple women by telling them that he was being deployed. This was a guy who was an active duty Army officer, like a ranger or whatever. He gets in all kinds of trouble because he's having multiple affairs with women. He tells them they're engaged. He's proposed. A couple of them are pregnant. And the jig is up once one of the pregnant women can't find him and calls who she thinks is his ex-wife, because his rap was that he was divorced. He told one woman his kids were dead. A whole thing, you know. Oh, what a tangled web we weave. Whatever. We've all been there, right?
I mean, I don't know if we've gone that far, but, you know, various degrees.
Various degrees. Okay, so here's another one. Not the same guy, but here's another one. A married guy and his surrogate had an affair. And now they're in this...
So this is the woman carrying his baby.
For he and his wife.
For he and his wife.
That's right. He and the surrogate had an affair, and now they're in this crazy legal custody battle. She says that he promised he would leave his wife to raise the child with her. And he
But it's still not her child.
Right. He says that she knew the kid was never going to be hers. This is in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
The woman who had the kid for a married couple wants joint custody because she had an affair with the dad. I don't know why people have to complicate things so much. There are so many easy ways to do things. Is it just like, hey, I can't get her more pregnant?
I don't know what it is. This is like Juno, almost. Do you remember that movie?
Yeah, Jason Bateman wants to start fooling around with Elliot Page.
Mm-hmm.
The woman had, she was engaged in an extramarital relationship with the father already and volunteered to serve as a surrogate because she said she wanted to support their marriage. And what's the best way to support the marriage? It's by having an affair with the guy.
Right. Carry the baby for him. She wants to support the marriage, but she wants him to leave the marriage.
Well, once she got pregnant, they tried to do artificial insemination.
So did he actually just knock her up?
Well, I'll just read it as written because it does get complicated. After a failed attempt to inseminate her artificially, she claims he suggested they try to conceive naturally and secretly promised her that if it was successful, he would leave his wife and raise the baby with her as their own. So at first, they were like, okay, my wife and I want to have a kid. She's going to be the surrogate. The artificial insemination doesn't work, so he just tells the surrogate, how about if I just leave it in and we scoot off with the kid? This is 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Current day, guy's still with his wife. They've got the kid, and they're not letting the surrogate see the kid at all.
But whose kid? Is it the surrogate's kid or is it the lady's kids? Because they said that the artificial insemination didn't work. So wouldn't it be the surrogate's child?
I feel like that part is still up in the air.
They got to figure that out. Because if it's his wife's baby, then the surrogate's got to move on. But if it's the surrogate's baby, she has absolutely a right to be in that baby's life.
They're only identifying these people by their initials, KB and MB. So the guy and the girl, the married guy and the girl meet, and they start having an affair shortly thereafter. She got pregnant twice and had 2 abortions.
Here's the thing.
Then she says, well, I want to support your existing marriage, so let me be a surrogate for you and your wife. So as far as side pieces go, she's really ride or die here. So they go to India to try to put one of the wife's embryos into the side piece, but it didn't take. And a month later, she's like, well, why don't we use one of my own eggs?
Yeah, it sounds like it's the surrogate's baby. Because if you're going to India to try and get, is that just because it's cheaper there?
I don't know. But obviously, he'd already knocked her up twice.
Yeah.
So he's like,
she's fertile.
He's like, look, I can do it again. And the pregnancy took.
Yeah, it sounds like it's the surrogate's actual. She's not a surrogate. She's the mother. So I think she absolutely has a right to.
That's the story the girl tells. The guy tells a different story.
Well, the guy is the biggest liar of all of them.
He says that he didn't start doing anything with her until after the child was conceived, and the plan was always for he and his wife to be the parents of the child. Of course, that's what he's going to say, though.
Yeah.
But my wife and I, we've nothing we could conceive of more than being parents.
All right, I say this guy is a dirtbag, and his wife and the surrogate should raise the child together, and he should be expelled from the situation.
So much for Canada being nice.
Right?
So, yeah. But I guess these are Indian people.
Okay.
Yeah. The guy and the surrogate, and they're all of Indian descent.
Well, that would make sense why they went to India.
I guess so.
But it's still... if it's the surrogate's baby, and she's not really a surrogate, she's the mother... You gotta let her be a part of that baby's life. But it sounds like this guy is just a piece of crap.
Now, the judge in that case said that it was highly unusual. The whole
yeah.
Oh, thanks,
Don't
Your
just
Honor.
say, oh, it's highly unusual. Order a test.
Yeah.
Find out who that baby belongs to.
Oh, we
come on, Judge.
I gotta tell you,
I gotta tell you how to do your job.
This is highly unusual. Let me give you some money here. It is $1,000. It's a chance for you to go fund yourself $1,000. I hope you win. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword grand to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's grand to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself. From 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, Steve.
Hey, man.
What's going on?
You guys understand how a surrogate works, right? Like they harvest the eggs from the woman, and then the sperm from the man, and then they put them together, and then they put them inside of the third party,
yes,
which is surrogate mother.
Yeah, traditionally that's how it works.
And
that's why the judge said that it was so unusual, because it didn't take. And so the guy goes, let's just do it naturally, and you and I'll run off with the kid.
Is using the surrogate's eggs and not his wife's eggs. So that's a completely different situation. That's not a surrogate at that point.
Well, but they started with the wife's eggs.
Yeah, they started with the wife's eggs and tried to have a surrogate, and instead what they ended up with was a pregnant side piece.
Yes.
Yeah.
They got a baby mama.
They got
not a surrogate anymore.
Yeah. Right, but again, that was the role she volunteered for. So yes, you're right. Physically, she ceases to be a surrogate when it's her kid, but this is going through the Canadian courts right now.
Oh, Canadian
courts. That's right. And to further complicate the thing, it's happening in British Columbia, and no one involved is either British or Colombian. So they got to figure that out too.
All really high because that's where they grow all the good weed.
That's right. Thank you, Steve.
Have a good
It's
day.
you too. Now it's all clear as mud. What's going on? Fantastic system we've got here.
Yeah, they just got to order a paternity test or a maternity test. That's usually not something you have to do. You are not the mother. Maury would have this
sexual threesome
handled lickety split.
You are not the mother. Hey, Robert.
Hey.
What's going on?
Hate the show.
Thank you, sir.
Been listening since day one.
Hey, thanks. Me too. What's going on?
Going back to some shark knowledge.
Yeah, right.
Between dusk, night, and morning, that's sharks' hunting time. That's why you don't go in the water. They like to explore anything that is giving off an impulse. They're just curious. Bill, the 100%.
What about the people who get like chomped in broad daylight?
They are exploring, and 100% of the time, well, not 100, but 99% of the time, it's like an exploratory bite. They're swimming at the surface. They look like a seal. They look like a turtle.
They're trying to figure it out.
Or it's a young shark.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I've always read is that it's not that sharks enjoy human flesh; it's that they, they don't know what's going on. And again,
they don't have hands, so they can't come up and like feel you. They got they.
Hey,
they
what's
do
up?
Sharks do their feeling with their mouth.
Yeah.
And also back to blood. They don't even care about our blood. They did the test last year, dropped a bunch of human blood into ocean with sharks, didn't care. Open up a bag of fish blood, there you go, then they react.
That's why you should never walk into the ocean with your trunks full of fish blood.
What if you eat so much fish that your blood is kind of fishy now? That's the test for next year.
It's probably cooked fish unless you're doing sushi. Even then, most of the blood is not in there anymore, it's just muscle.
Good point.
What about, Robert, if I eat a bunch of asparagus and then I go into the ocean and I let fly, are they attracted to the scent of the asparagus?
Would probably actually flee from the asparagus.
All right, so that's a helpful tip.
Yes, stay safe from sharks. Eat asparagus.
Right, so if you're in potentially shark-infested waters, or even just regular waters, eat a lot of asparagus. Boy, that's something that that's something that
in 3 weeks.
Yeah, that's something that big asparagus should really get out there. You heard about all these shark attacks, right? Just make sure you're eating a lot of our product. Shark interactions. Make sure that you're eating a lot of asparagus. That way, they would flee from you. You would drive these apex predators away.
Asparagus,
And
an
back
attack.
to that point, that's why they're trying to get to that shark interaction, is because they want to get that fear of it's attacking you. It's not like a mugger in downtown Cleveland jumping at you from around the corner.
Right.
They want to try to get...
Unless it's king shark, in which case he's wearing jeans.
Try to save sharks because your great whites, tigers, bulls, in the last 50 years, population has gone down 95%.
Robert, did I hear you correctly earlier? You said that you were going to be in an ocean in the near future?
3 weeks. I'm going cage diving with white sharks in Guadalupe.
Oh, you're legit going down there with them. You're not just going to... Where are you doing this?
Guadalupe.
Guadalupe. All right.
Yeah, if you watch Shark Week, 50% of the time they're at Guadalupe. You see the big, deep blue, that was Guadalupe the first time.
Is this something you've done before?
Yes. We did not see any white sharks, but we came across makos and blues.
Very
cool. All right. Well, good. I'll preemptively play this. Preemptively play this for Robert. Listen, I want a full report upon your return, Robert. Okay.
Can do.
All right. Thank you, pal. There's Robert, who's going to be cage diving with the sharks. Actually, this is for. Were you a fan at all of porn star Dahlia Sky? Were you familiar with her work?
I don't think so.
I think she was more on the fetishy side of porn, but if you're familiar with Dahlia Sky, she was lovely. She was only 31. They found her dead in her car from a gunshot wound. Suicide. She had tweeted that she had stage 4 breast cancer and had been struggling with depression, and there's no evidence of foul play. And I only mention this because I know that anytime a porn star dies, it's just human nature that views of her videos will go way up. Just because there's a morbid curiosity, you know, even if you're not familiar with her, you're going to look for her, and then you're going to go, oh,
There
she's
it is,
hot,
yeah.
she's dead now, though. You know, when Shyla Stiles died, her numbers went way up. When August Ames killed herself, numbers went way up. All the Savannah, right?
Yeah.
Shot herself back in the day, if you remember Savannah.
A person that I had sex with died. I did a honorary pop to them because I was like remembering the old times.
I was going to say, but you had first-person knowledge of that person.
I know, but I just like, I'll never be able to hit it again. So it just kind of depressed me. I was like, I'll remember how good it was, and then,
it was like
homage to you.
It was like you were pouring out a 40 for your homie.
Yep.
Except that pouring out the 40 was yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anybody watching Dave over on FX, the Lil Dicky show?
No, I never watched that. I've heard
They-
people say
they
it's
started season 2, and there's a scene where he's playing with a fleshlight, but he doesn't realize it's covered in ants.
good. How would you not realize that?
Because he's got the VR goggles on to try to maximize the experience.
Love a fleshlight.
Man.
And I'm going to have to try one of those one day.
I need to get the VR goggles with the
The
motorized
attachment?
one. Yeah.
It's like that's going too far. I'm like, I
you
will
need
never
the-
leave my room. I'm
Yeah,
afraid.
you would need the full thing, right?
No, I mean, I just watch porn and I have it, just as a secondary.
He'd never show up here again. He would never do his podcast again.
Just atrophy.
Like my best friend showed me virtual reality porn, and that was cool because he had the iPhone, and then you put the goggles on, so that was cool. But he
Yeah.
doesn't have a fleshlight. I was like, maybe can I? I'm like,
Oh,
no.
someone asked me.
He's like, Wonder Twin powers activate.
Yeah, I don't wanna- I
you
didn't
got
even
your
ask him.
chocolate and my peanut butter. You got to combine those two things.
Someone asked me what kind of fleshlight do you have? A beehole mouth or a vagina fleshlight?
I believe it's a beehole.
Really?
I think it is. I
I
think it
thought
is
a mouth was like universal across. He's not going to have a vagina.
No, yeah, it's.
I
I'm
think
pretty
vagina's the universal one.
But see, I don't have the out. Mine doesn't look like anything on the outside. It just has the inside, the internal effects of like a beehole. So I forget if it is or not because looking on the outside, it just looks like a hole.
Because gay or straight, everybody's going to be familiar with a mouth.
I understand.
I feel
that,
like
but
that's more.
Yeah, but I think
I want it to. I don't know. I want it. You can.
vaginas
check.
are just designed for penises, so I imagine that would be the go-to.
Yeah, I have a beehole. I'm pretty sure, but again, on the outside, it doesn't
Look
have
like
like
anything.
the cosmetic of a beehole.
We're talking about SEX in front of the CHILDREN.
Sex cauldron? I thought they closed that place down.
Funny every time.
Nice clean butthole.
Anyway, pour one out for young poor Dahlia Sky, who shot herself at the age of 31 there in the San Fernando Valley. Of course, in the valley. Could it be a more porny story? They found her in her car around 8 o'clock a couple of weeks ago, but she had tweeted that she had been...
what kind of car was it?
Dealing with stage 4 metastatic breast cancer. It was nothing anybody should have to go through. She would have been 32 next month. What kind of car was she in? It didn't say that. Well, one that had a bullet hole in it.
Gonna be
I
a
assume.
discount now. You better go get it, Bill. If you don't mind a chalk outline.
Apparently, she had been homeless and had been living in her car because her mom had launched a GoFundMe campaign. So maybe she was on the other side of her career.
Yeah, I don't know. I never heard of her. So.
But she had done it. She'd been in porn for about a decade. And she had about 600 credits to her name. That's how frequently they shoot porn. A lot of people don't realize just what a meat grinder, if you'll pardon the pun, that business is, because you're just constantly working.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're like, I've been in porn for 2 years and I've done 300 movies.
Going back to sharks real quick before we go to break, Kevin pointed this out. Do you want one more shark fact?
Yes.
All right. He said many sharks like to take exploratory bites. I guess you could say sharks are bite curious.
I mean, you could say that. None of us would ever say that.
No, I read a message from someone that said that.
Right.
Don't kill the messenger.
All right, I've got to take a break here. The Bill Squire Friday Get Down is directly ahead of you as well. So he's going to go out and do some calisthenics to get ready for that. That is how we know that the weekend is underway. It is brought to you by Cleveland Whiskey. So we'll get to that in a bit. If you want to send a text, 35192. And you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.
816-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Hanging out behind the club on the weekend, acting stupid, getting drunk with my best friends. I couldn't wait for the summer and the Warped Tour. I remember it's the first time that I saw her there. She's getting kicked out of school cause she's failing. I'm kinda nervous cause I think all of her hate me. She's the one, she'll always be there. She took my hand and I made it, I swear. Cause I fell in love with a girl like a rock show. She said what? And I told her that I didn't know. She's so cool that it's sneaking through her window. Everything's better when she's around. Can't wait till the parents go out of town. I fell in love with a girl at the rock show.
Mark Hoppus is battling cancer. We talked about this a couple of weeks ago. He's got a Twitch channel. He's been spending a lot of time there, but he's been a little bit cagey as to the specifics of what's going on with him. And so when people will interact with him over there on Twitch, they ask him questions, and he's only recently gotten more specific because I think it's pretty clear that, he's still getting chemo and everybody's hoping for a positive prognosis. He's lost all his hair, which, it's not a bad look. He's got stage 4 lymphoma. How old is Mark Hoppus? He's not 50 yet.
I think he's probably like 47 or so.
He'll be 50 next March.
Okay.
Yeah. He basically said that his blood is trying to kill him.
Oh my God.
Yeah. That's what it is, man.
My cancer is not bone related, it's blood related. My blood's trying to kill me. Diffuse large B-cell lymphoma, stage 4A, which means that, as I understand it, it's entered enough parts of my body that I'm stage 4, which is I think it's the highest that it goes. I forget what the A means, I'm sorry. Let me tell you something that is real and it absolutely sucks. Side effect of the chemotherapy is you get something called chemo brain. And for me, I forget things that I should have just on call, like people's names, song title, anything. I just forget stuff. It kind of sucks. We're beating this cancer. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, he's been married a long time. He's been married for 20 years. He's got a kid. And again, who knows? Everybody's looking for a positive outcome.
Yeah, I'm hoping for it. Also,
but when they get to stage 4 and he talks about, it's all over my body,
He forgets his age all the time.
Shut up, Bill.
He wrote a song about it.
What? He did?
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about that. What's my age again? Oh, right.
Yeah.
What's my age again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's asking that question.
Right. And he was asking this a lot. This predates the chemo brains.
Right.
Right?
Probably.
The song is 20 years old.
20 plus.
And she took off my pants. And then
he turned on the TV
TV.
because he forgot that she was there.
Oh, right. Right.
Now, I think you should write a song if you're Mark Hoppus called My Blood's Trying to Kill Me. With
maybe a little dark for Blink 182.
I think you can make it work with what's his face in the band now, Skiba, because Alkaline Trio songs have a darkness to them.
Yeah, the Alkaline Trio. These guys are huge in Detroit, even though Matt Skiba's a Chicago guy. So it's and maybe this will heal the rift between Tom DeLonge and Mark Hoppus. Tom DeLonge left Blink 182 a while ago.
Do you think if Tom DeLonge comes back, they keep Skiba in the band?
I think so.
Become
I think so. They become a quartet.
I think so.
I think they've already got a couple of touring members, when they go out. But also, and there's something to be said here about Common Ground, because Tom DeLonge has not really talked much about it, but he has been very prone to respiratory issues.
Oh, really?
Which is why he named his band Angels and Airways.
It's airwaves. He did.
I'm sorry?
He did call up Mark Hoppus. He said, "Hello there."
You know my name. Like, shut up, Tom DeLonge. You dope.
They're like, all right, Tom, you can be in the band again, but how
Oh,
about
I need
we
money.
let Matt do the singing
Yeah,
part
there
that
you go.
would do.
Of course.
Hello there.
Hi, noi, boy.
You do it good.
Why are you huffing and puffing over there, Cody? What's your problem?
It's such an annoying noise.
Well, that's how he sings. I didn't tell him how to sing. He could have sung any way he wanted. You see Matt Gaetz out there doing a Free Britney press conference?
Excuse me?
Does Matt Gaetz know that she's not 15 anymore? Why is it? See, Matt Gaetz is trying to turn Britney Spears into like, yeah, this is why I'm under attack, even though he's a sex trafficker. Yeah, he was talking about her. This is a black eye on the American justice system.
Oh, honey.
She got a new lawyer, though. Like, the judge let her get a new lawyer.
Yep, she allowed to
and she
hire
immediately sued her dad, right?
Good.
I think she's suing to end her.
It's a hearing in this case that does not result in freedom for Britney Spears and dissolution of this guardianship. It is a black eye on the American justice system.
What a jack-off this guy is. When are they going to arrest this guy already?
They're not.
Like, what? Yeah, they will. I mean, what more do you need?
Everything.
Everything. They throw people in jail all the time for way less
But
than
he's
any
white
of these
and
guys.
rich and a politician. He got
And
power.
in Florida.
Yeah, in Florida. Still, though.
Florida's the thing that's
law's
keeping
the
him
law,
safe.
man.
But the thing is, the problem is, do you think he's the only one? No. He has dirt on a lot of people. He's been up there, so they don't want him to get in trouble because he's going to rat on everybody else for a better deal. He won't see any jail time.
All right.
His friend ratted on him. He'll rat on other people.
Right, but what does that have to? I understand there are a lot of people who
For a better
wouldn't-
deal.
I understand there are a lot of people who wouldn't want to be ratted on, but they're not involved in his case. His case is between him, the guy who flipped on him, and the guy with all the text messages who's like, yeah, he was Venmoing 15-year-old girls and standing in front of a judge.
That is because he is the big fish right now. But
Who's the big fish?
Matt Gaetz is the big fish. The guy flipped on him because he was like, oh, they don't really want me, they want Matt.
Right.
So
what does that have to do with other people he has dirt on?
So Matt Gaetz would be like, listen, I didn't meet these girls. This came from so-and-so who runs so-and-so. I can tell you all the ins and outs, but
right, so he'll flip on someone else.
Yes, and he'll get a lighter sentence. They'll probably say, okay, probation,
Okay,
but
fine.
you gotta let us know everybody.
Okay, fine.
So I don't
As long
think
as
he's
something
going to go to
happens.
jail. I don't think he's going to go to prison.
Well, I'm not saying he's going to do hard time, but I mean,
anybody else would be doing hard time. Black men get jailed for worse or for less.
Well, I understand that.
So yeah, power and influence goes a long way because he's seen a lot of things. He knows a lot of people.
No, I get all that. I'm just saying it doesn't seem like this guy's like going on tour talking to people.
He's raising money.
Well, whatever. But yeah, he's out there trying to co-opt Britney Spears' legal troubles, I guess, for his own purposes. I'm not sure what that's
a
all.
weird move.
It is, isn't it,
It's a
though?
weird move.
It's a weird move. If you're the guy who is the poster child right now for like sex trafficking and you're out there going, yeah, free Britney, because you're just grabbing a microphone and whatever.
Yeah, they're like, hey, we don't want your help. We
We're
don't want
okay
your
out here.
support. Silent support. How about that?
I got a story from Marty, who is one of our bureau chiefs in Reno, Nevada. What do they call Reno? The biggest little city in the United States or something?
Biggest little city in the world, I believe.
In the world.
I think it's world.
It's like little Vegas. Marty sent me the story about the woman who got pinched for stealing from a dental office, and then while she was there, it was two different occasions. She kept breaking into a dentist's office, I think where she worked, and stealing cash from it. And then one time she was there, she pulled somebody's teeth.
Oof. Huh?
Okay, so she breaks into a dental office. She steals cash from it. This woman, Laurel Ike, she was an employee of the business, and she admits to embezzling a bunch of money on a couple of different occasions. One of the times she was there, she used anesthesia on a patient who did not know that she wasn't a dentist. Knocked a patient out and pulled 13 of their teeth.
Good Lord.
God.
I don't know what she did with them. But
13? 13 teeth.
She
and like nobody's like, where's everybody else in this office?
I don't know. I don't know. But imagine you walk
ask
in.
More questions.
Yeah. She used anesthetic disposed of by the dental office. Oh, maybe not a person in the office. She
was doing some side work.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Some side jobs.
Yeah, somebody who had wronged her, maybe. So she took money and anesthetic.
Maybe they had 13 teeth that they wanted gone. Maybe they had. I mean, I feel like if you're getting side work dentistry, you're probably going to have some bad teeth.
There was a break-in at this dentist's office where she worked. This is when the whole investigation started. And the call sent deputies to the office. They found an open door, broken window, and cash stolen. She had stolen $23,000 in cash and checks.
Oof.
And they also determined that she had done illegal tooth extractions.
You don't think?
Because if you don't have a dental license, you're breaking the law. So she used...
breaking the law.
Breaking the law. Breaking the jaw. Breaking the jaw. So instead of... boy, imagine that. You piss this woman off, and she knocks you out.
I really don't think it was a situation where she was pissed off. I think she was doing side work. I think she was doing a side job.
Well, because they kept mentioning in the article that she does not have a dentist's license.
Yeah.
She doesn't have a medical license. But it's kind of sketchy as to who the person was who had the teeth pulled.
Yeah.
13 teeth removed.
I think I got a bunch of bad teeth here.
Side work. I mean, what's a full set? 32? 32 teeth is a full head of teeth,
Correct.
right?
Yeah.
She pulls 13. There's simply no way to know how many that is. What's
Well,
32 minus 13? 19? What's 30?
Yes, 19.
Is it 19?
Yes.
See, I did that off the top of my head. That's pretty
very
good, right?
Very good.
I'm getting better at it.
Don't get cocky, son.
But I'd love to know more about that person. I'd like to know more about the person who had the 13 teeth. And what did she do with it?
Yeah.
With them, with the teeth.
13's a lot to pull. And now do they get to like sue her or like I thought she was a real dentist. But what if it was in your scenario
Your Honor,
it's somebody
woman
that wronged her and this was her revenge, knocking him out and then pulling a bunch of teeth. I don't think that's the scenario. I think it was somebody that had some bad teeth and she was trying to help him out.
13 bad teeth?
Teeth.
If you're hanging out with somebody that's stealing from a dentist, you're going to run into some people with some bad teeth.
So your theory is this person asked her to steal some anesthetic and please pull my teeth.
My scenario is this person asked her if she could, like, she's got bad teeth and, you know, there's probably more things that were going to happen. Like she's probably going to try and get him some dentures or something too. But it was just, they had to start by pulling the rotten teeth out.
Huh.
That's what I think was happening. But
interesting.
A lot. Because I can't see a scenario where she's wronged by someone. It's a hilarious scenario. And then she knocks them out and then pulls 13 of their teeth. Why stop at 13? If you're going to get revenge, you pull them all, right?
Commit to it.
Yeah.
Oh, so you think that this was requested?
Yes, I think it was
Because
requested.
if it was revenge, it would have been... God, can you imagine that?
No.
She puts... Because how are you going to put someone under anesthesia without them knowing? Unless
Right,
you
that's
caught
what I'm
them
saying.
while they were asleep.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that's the scenario. I think it was requested.
By request.
I think this person had some bad chompers and just a lot of duty teeth. Like, not just a duty
In
tooth.
Reno, Nevada?
Not a duty
Oh,
tooth, but a
come on.
full-on duty teeth.
Full-on duty teeth.
Yeah. Just probably rotten and dying. Ugh.
Alan, you guys were talking about show merch. Yeah, earlier we were talking about how we're going to try to do something with the Honk If You Love Prolapses bumper stickers.
I think prolapse is funny.
Prolapses, yeah. Prolapses, count me out. And then Alan Cox Show on, yeah. Alan, I here's a fun product for you guys. Captain Fun cereal. Grape nuts clusters with raisins covered in unsweetened dark chocolate. I guess that part's the fun. And the box would be a picture of you, all excited with a captain's hat, overlooking a bowl of delicious brown nuggets. practically sells itself.
Yeah.
All right, well, there you go.
Hit us up, General Mills.
Yeah. Captain Fun cereal.
Brought to you by General Mills.
At a Giant Eagle near you. Giant Eagle. Why General Mills? Why not Post? Why not Kellogg?
I just like to keeping it with, Captain and General.
Oh, I see.
Just that kind of thing.
Now, who makes Captain Crunch cereal? Is that General Mills?
I don't know.
Captain Crunch. Captain Crunch.
Not a real captain, by the way.
Huh?
I believe he doesn't have enough...
His epaulets are a little light?
There's not enough rank there.
Well, Captain Crunch is a product of Quaker Oats, which itself is part of PepsiCo. So... if you get that box of Captain Crunch, it's called Oops All Pepsi.
Wait, what? All berries?
No, Oops All Pepsi instead of milk. That's that crossover they're trying to do.
I haven't seen that.
You haven't seen that? No. Oops All Berries in Pepsi?
Oh. That's a lot of sugar.
That's
the most sugar you can have.
That's what happened to that person in Reno. They were eating nothing but Pepsi and Oops All Berries, and they were like, "My teeth are falling out.
I got 13 teeth, and they gotta go.
Oh no!
Can you help me?
I need to stop making my cereal out of bowls of Almond Joys and milk."
And you're not gonna believe this. I don't have dental insurance. So I need someone that can do this as a side job.
Yeah. Oh, I need to stop replacing my milk with canola oil. Oh, boy. So, yeah, oops, because I don't put it, listen, you need the cooperative crossovers. I don't put anything past these mega food conglomerates in trying to get people to, that's called a cross-promote in the food world. If Pepsi owns Captain Crunch, bet your ass is going to be Oops All Pepsi.
Well, I think what Pepsi's got to do first is make a milk Pepsi.
Milk Pepsi.
Yes.
Well, people are freaking out. This is how good we've got it in this country, by the way, that people are freaking out because Coke said they were going to tweak their flavor again. And if you're old enough to remember New Coke and what a debacle that was, they had its fans, but mostly detractors. Somebody referred to the New Coke as a potential taste tragedy. That's how good we've got it in the United States, where the tragedy people are concerned with is the new Coke flavor. Pepsi could absolutely counter that move by releasing Pepsi Milk.
Yeah, they had clear Pepsi. They've had like wild cherry Pepsi.
Yep.
Pepsi Milk is the obvious next step. And you know what you get to do then? You get to move into that cookie market.
Yum.
So then you're getting Oreos,
yep,
which they got a bunch of wild flavors.
Yep.
And you get to be a product that people are going to eat cookies with because they're going to dunk their cookies in your Pepsi milk.
Guys, you haven't had a weekend until you've had red velvet Oreos dipped in Pepsi milk.
We should experiment with this next week.
Pepsi milk.
Mix some Pepsi and milk and see how it goes.
All right, let me make a note.
Yeah.
Next week,
Pepsi milk.
Pepsi milk.
And we will not tell Mary.
Yep.
And it will be her that does the taste test.
But go, hey, you remember Crystal Pepsi being all clear? Yes. Well, this is the opposite of that.
Yeah.
This is cloudy Pepsi doesn't sound so good, so we ran some.
She's lactose intolerant, so we have to use like oat milk or something.
Let me ask you this: is she Pepsi intolerant?
No, that's like their family. Like that's what they drink.
Dr. Pepper out of baby
Dr.
bottles.
Pepper and Pepsi and all that stuff.
Okay.
It's all interchangeable.
All right.
It's got the nutrients kids need.
Well, so anyway, if you, very limited quantities, but if you come across that Oops All Pepsi Captain Crunch, send me a photo and make sure you hashtag it Prolapse ACS. Hey, do you want to start the weekend?
I do.
Do you officially want to start the weekend?
I'm going to FaceTime Mary because I don't want her to miss it.
Okay.
You can get going.
Don't tell her about Pepsi milk.
Don't any of you guys either. You guys are all snitches.
Snitches get their teeth pulled. Hey, the Bill Squire Friday Get Down is brought to you by Cleveland Whiskey in honor of the late, great Murray Saul here at WMMS. That's how we know the weekend is officially underway. Are you ready?
I'm ready. It's Friday! It's been a long week, but the weekend is here. So Go get yourself some Cleveland whiskey. Galaga, galaga, galaga. But don't drink too much mixed with Pepsi, or you'll need a tooth puller, tooth puller, tooth puller. It's Friday.
She get all that?
Yeah.
Oh boy, that's exciting.
Oh no, I didn't have the camera on me.
What?
I'm dumb.
Well, it's an audio
Yeah, it's
thing.
an audio
She can
thing,
hear it.
yeah. All right. No, I mean the camera in my. In
Oh,
here.
I see.
It's all right.
Well, there you have it. That's how you know your weekend is officially underway. You don't even have to ask the question. The Bill Squire Friday Get Down brought to you by Cleveland Whiskey. ClevelandWhiskey.com to see all of the delicious things they've got going on. And we'll be back.
Now, what does that mean? To end the show?
Yeah.
We'll do it live.
Okay. Well, no.
We'll do it live. F it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live. F***ing thing sucks.
People are reminding me about the Milk Pepsi thing on Laverne and Shirley 100 years ago, which I don't recall, but I'll take your word for it. I was never a Laverne and Shirley guy. Okay, we got to go. What do you have coming up, William?
Tonight, I'm going to be at the basement on Waterloo in Akron from 9 till 10:30 for Budweiser. So come on out. You can play some home run derby and win some prizes like upcoming tickets to Tribe games. And then Saturday, I'm going to be around the corner from 4:30 till 6 doing the same thing. You can get all that information at WMMS.com. Also, at AlanCoxShow.com, you can get links and video of the new episode of the Bill Squire Show, which features a very interesting story about an ovipositor and a mishap that Tommy, the co-host on the show,
about a
had
what?
with it. Ovipositor.
Ovipositor? Ovipositor?
Yes.
What is that?
It's look it up.
Oh.
It's a device that women will use to put eggs in their body.
Oh, I didn't know that's what it was called.
That's what it's called.
All right.
And so she tells a story about trying one of those, and there's a bunch of other fun stuff on there. And then you can follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Bill Squire, and go to BillSquire.com to pre-order Bam Bam.
All right. Poundcake?
Just Radio Cody B on Twitter and Instagram.
Okay, cool. Thanks, guys, very much for hanging out. Tribe game tonight. It's later on because they're on the West Coast, so 9:40 is when that's going to happen. So 9:10, if you want to tune in and get the full pre-game coverage, that'll start there. A little bit of Rachel Elliott after 6:30 here. Next chance for you to grab $1,000 is minutes away at 6:30. You can go fund yourself, get $1,000 there. If you miss anything today, the show is always on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, wherever you get them. Just look for us. Anytime you want to leave a message, you can. The After Hours line is 216-986-8903. And we'll talk to you on Monday. Thanks for hanging out. 2 o'clock on Monday. We'll be back.